Hey everyone, I've got phenomenal news. As part of our limited time partnership with Big Boys Incorporated, every dollar donated over the course of this stream will go to me. Isn't that great? I mean, now you know it's not going anywhere else, right? Hell yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. It's all coming back, baby. Now, well, actually, that's not actually exactly true. 30% of every super chat goes to YouTube, and the other donos, like through the website and through the through Streamlabs, those ones get the PayPal cut, which I think is 30 cents flat plus a few percentage points. I think like 2%. I'm not entirely sure. They have like a scaling system. I don't really know. But that's the rule, more or less. How y'all doing? Can you distribute the donations fairly amongst the subs? No, but I can distribute name colors. Also, hold on, I am blown the fuck out right now. Jesus Christ. I really need to set up like some kind of auto thing on my ISO speed. There we go. That looks so much better. That looks so much better. We're back, baby. We're back. Got lots of fun and wacky stuff. Oh, happy birthday, Horizon. We got lots of fun and wacky stuff to do today, including 2 debates that I've been putting off a little bit. So we're going to get right into that. Actual Justice Warrior is first at 11 a.m. PST, and then at 2 p.m. PST, we have Caleb Maupin, so there is going to be a gap between those two. I guess we'll just have to find some other cool way to spend time together, you know? I will have to find some way to pass the time. How will we do it? I don't know. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out, folks. Right. Suppose I should probably get in the call thing. I think we're using StreamYard. Guys, we're doing... we're using StreamYard with Actual Justice Warrior. And we're using Skype with Caleb Maupin. Holy shit, Geronimo. Geronimo. Jesus Christ, my dude. Well, hey, 100% of that goes to me. I'll get to you shortly. We will be talking, as a matter of fact, about Amy. I imagine if we have time, which we should. But yeah, we're doing Streamlabs and we're doing Skype. So we're bouncing all around the place today, but we'll make it work. All right, hold on. Let me click a link, okay? Hold on. Huh? My goodness. Thank you so much, Kevin. I'll get to all donations soon, of course. Yes, I've seen the video about the killing of George Floyd. I've seen it. I don't know, guys, okay, before we get into it, I don't know what I'm supposed to say, like, every time. Am I supposed to do a bit? Like, am I supposed to because, like, a black guy dies horribly to police, like, every goddamn day in this country, you know? Or it seems like it, at least. So, do I watch the video, I'm like, yeah, guys, cops are bad and racism is bad. I don't really know what to say about it, like, consistently. I don't know. Maybe I could do like a bit. Like I see the kill, like I watch the killing and I'm like, well, he clearly deserved it. There has to be no, notice how when he gasped out, I can't breathe, there was a little bit of a threatening intent in there. The way he put the emphasis on the third syllable really suggests to me, or something like, I don't know, like I can mimic somebody else. I have no idea. You feeling desensitized to it now? I don't really feel desensitized to it. I guess, I mean, it sucks. I don't know. But the fact that it still upsets me is probably a good thing, right? Okay. You know the Yakuza games? Yeah, of course. I'm a gamer. Okay, wait. I haven't done Streamlabs in a while. This might fuck up my cam. Okay, we'll figure it if we can figure it. Okay, hold on. Okay, camera. We do not want to use the Camlink 4K. We can use Sparko Cam. We can give you some HD audio. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, that works. Okay, nice.
Let's see.
Uh-oh. Don't say the N-word. Actual, don't say the
Let me check the chat.
Actual, no. He can't hear me.
Very much power move.
His ear pods are in.
Yeah.
I meant to mute that. Yeah, so
His
He's gonna
earpods are
call
in.
you a Nazi. Yes. It's Nuance Bro. It's Nuance Bro in the chat.
I'm not in.
Yeah, I should probably tweet out the stream. Yeah, so I woke up a little while ago. I didn't prepare at all for this debate because I don't need to prepare. Oh, Vosh is in the lobby right now. Let me pull him up.
Hey there.
What's up, Vosh?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me on your end all fine?
Yeah, we hear you great. I look forward to me calling you a Nazi. It seems like we're both living in anticipation of that beautiful moment.
Yeah, apparently. Well, first and foremost, do you think I'm a Nazi?
I don't know. I never know these days, but so far I haven't seen any evidence to that effect.
Okay. See, look, some charitableness right here on the
I
program.
love charity. I'm a very charitable guy.
All right, so I'm gonna go with the quick first off. So you did a video on Tim Pool. This is not related to a debate topic.
Yeah.
But you did a video on Tim Pool with the Ahmed Arbery thing,
Mhm.
and you mentioned my video in there. Did you watch my video before mentioning it? or not?
I skimmed it a little bit. I have a pretty long watch list, so I skimmed over it pretty briefly.
Okay, so you mentioned that I uploaded a video justifying that. If you watch that video, there's no way you could come to that conclusion.
I'd say there was a little bit of water muddying there, because it seems to me, at least from my understanding of the case, that there's no ambiguity whatsoever that them boys ought to be going to jail on murder 1 or at least murder 2. So I feel like a lot of the hand-wringing sometimes kind of lends people the impression there's more legal ambiguity than there actually is.
Well, there is. That's what I covered, the law. They're not being charged with murder 1 even. They're being charged with felony murder because the assertion by the court is that the brandishing the guns would be considered a felony assault, and it's a death during the course of a felony assault. So that's a felony murder. That's why one, not just the shooter, but the father and then the other person are being charged with the murder because the argument is...
Yeah, because they're complicit in what's taken place.
Yeah. And basically, if there's no felony, if they deem that to be a legal stop, which,
they can't do it.
They could. I mean, the jury.
Oh, I mean, they could, but legally they can't. In Georgia, what's the term? The law for citizens' arrests necessitates that the people conducting the arrest need to have actually witnessed the crime for which they would be arresting the other citizen. And since nobody actually watched Ahmaud Arbery commit any crimes, they had no legal justification for committing their stop.
Oh, two things. One, that's not the case. That's the specific extra protection that's in Georgia law. There's common law around citizens' arrest that dates all the way back to England. And number two, people did see him going into the construction site, which is not necessarily a felony, but it is an act of a crime.
They didn't see them go into the construction site, and the existence of common law dating back to England has nothing to do with with the law in Georgia.
Of course it does. What do you think our legal system is based on? It's based on English common law.
Yeah, that doesn't... Wait. Just because it's based on English common law doesn't mean that laws enforced by states don't take precedent over those.
No, but it's like the stand your ground thing with the Tamir Rice. Not Tamir Rice, with Trayvon Martin, where the stand your ground law, which was not even applicable in that case, is just something that builds on a previously established precedent that is in Georgia.
Which has nothing to do with Georgia's specific legal provisions for the extent to which you're allowed to commit a citizen's arrest.
Of course it does, because the 2010 law that's under question is an extra protection on top of what citizens' arrests were already allowed. It's not something that is exclusionary.
It's not a protection, it's a limitation. It's saying that you don't have a legal right to commit...
It's a protection.
It says you don't have a legal right to commit a citizen's arrest. Okay, I can't argue. Do you have a legal degree?
My background is in criminal justice.
Okay. I've reviewed this pretty thoroughly just to make sure there's no henpecking on it. If you're just going to outright deny the existence of this law and the effect that it has in this case. I'm not denying the existence
of the law. I'm telling you what the purpose of the law was.
To limit.
I don't think it meets. Like I said in my video. I think that this doesn't meet the definition of what would be considered a legal stop under the fleeing felon standard, but the idea that they don't have a case to argue in court is ridiculous.
Well, everyone has a case to argue in court. That's the point of a legal system. You argue the case to determine the legality of whatever it is you've done. But that doesn't mean they have a legal justification for having committed that stop.
But you think it's a lynching. You go even further than that.
100. Yeah, they fucking rolled up on that dude in a truck with guns drawn, and they fucking bopped him. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think they intended to murder him?
I don't know. I'm not inside of their heads. I know that they don't seem to have had a legal justification for stopping him. They approached him with a massively excessive degree of force, and then he died in the exchange.
Do you think that people who intend on murdering other people wait for them to get into a fight over the gun?
Yeah, yes. Crimes of passion often involve an escalation of force that waits on the other person to engage in violence. Yeah. Like if you approach a person with a firearm and you're like, I'm going to fuck this guy up, but you wait for the other guy to attack you first and then you shoot them. Yeah, that's like, yeah, you're killing them.
Well, crime of passion is not the same thing as a premeditated intent. It's literally a different thing.
Well, they had a premeditated intent to approach him with lethal, like weapons on hand in an unjustified citizen's arrest. So it seems like what happens from that point forward is kind of on them.
Well, under the principle of charity, do you think it's charitable to say that people are sexually aroused by the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
Okay, do you think that when I say conservatives get off to the death of black people, I am literally making the claim that conservatives get off sexually to the death of black people?
I'm asking you.
I mean, do you know what the word hyperbole means?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the hyperbole there would be the sexual component, but the actual underlying statement I'm making is that, yeah, I think conservatives like justifying the death of black people.
I agree to disagree, but I didn't watch the Tim Pool video.
It just happens literally every fucking time a black guy dies under any circumstances.
That you were talking about, because I'm not a Tim Pool watcher, so maybe he was reaching under his screen. You never know.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. Or maybe he's like doing something inside that cap. I have no idea. But yeah, this seems to happen literally every time. The George Zimmerman case was also pretty like open and shut from like a moral perspective, but conservatives don't really care. They'll just do anything they can.
He does have the wounds on his head. We don't know what happened in the Zimmerman case.
Yeah, we don't, because one of them died because the other guy stalked a 15 or like a fucking black boy and then ended up killing the guy. Yeah. So we don't know. We don't have both sides of the story.
17, not 15. But
17, yeah, that's why I backed off that. Yeah.
What about Michael Brown? I'm curious. We're going through all these.
Michael Brown. Oh fuck, my memory is so many fucking black guys die unjustified deaths.
Ferguson.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Michael Brown. Oh wait, when he charged the police cruiser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I'm actually trying to remember. That was so long ago. It feels like it was ages ago. 2014. Holy fuck, that feels like a lifetime ago.
I'd have to Trayvon though.
Yeah, I'd have to. Yeah. Well, Trayvon was more publicized. I'd have to go over the Michael Brown thing again. I'm pretty sure there was some fuckery there, though. I mean, cops like kill so many black kids,
I think you should read the Justice Department report on Michael Brown. Within 8 pages of that report, they make a pretty solid case for Officer Wilson.
Oh yeah, sure. Like I said, I would need to review that one again.
Okay.
My memory on that one isn't so good. Then we have like the Freddie Gray one, for example. Like I don't know, there have been a lot over the years.
Which one is that? Is that the one in South Carolina?
No, the loose cigarette student in New York.
That's Michael Brown. I'm not Michael Brown. That's Eric Garner.
Eric Garner. Fuck. Then who's Gray?
I thought that was the South Carolina one.
Man, there are so many. Okay, sorry.
The South Carolina one, if it's Freddie Gray was Baltimore.
Okay, yeah, it was Baltimore, right?
The South Carolina one is the one where it's open and shut, and it's not in dispute by anybody. Like the cop shoots him in the back and then drops the taser near him. And
I don't remember. I would need to go over all these again to remember every specific time there's been a race crime fucking controversy in this country. It's crazy how many of there are.
But that one's open and shut. He planted a taser on him after, and he was convicted. So.
Oh yeah, like I said, I don't remember those specifically.
I know Freddie Gray is Baltimore. I know you guys are behind in the live stream, but so yeah. And there's not really an epidemic of black people being killed by white people. Like that's not the case, right?
What do you mean by epidemic? We're talking about cop violence, not like white on black violence.
But more white people are killed by cops than black people.
Yeah, because there are more white people than black people in the USA.
Right. And, black people are not being killed disproportionately to the level of crime that they commit by police officers.
Wait, well, you just said to the level of crime they commit, but what you actually mean is to the amount they're arrested. Considering the fact that black people are arrested far more disproportionately than white people for the same amount of crimes, these two stats might actually be related.
For the same amount of crimes, disproportionately how? Like,
no. Like for weed smoking, for example, black people and white people consume weed at about the same rate, but black people get arrested like 4 times as much as it.
But why?
Because black neighborhoods are over-policed. And also police because of long-term racial bias? What do you mean?
They're not being over-policed because of racial bias. There's more violent crime in those areas.
Wait. You have a background in criminal justice and you don't understand the problem with over-policing black communities?
I have a background in criminal justice, and I understand that they target resources to areas with violent
Yeah, okay.
crime.
So let's go over this.
And
Okay, because I
something-
also have a background in criminal justice. So
And-
here's a problem, all right? Let's say you have two neighborhoods, white and black, and the black one's a little bit poor because of long-term systemic slavery, Jim Crow, blah, blah. With that being the case, poorer neighborhoods tend to commit more crime, so the police chief says, okay, we're going to direct more resources towards the poor, the black neighborhood. Then, another 5 years roll around, another crime study is done on both neighborhoods. It turns out that in spite of the fact that police are overrepresented in the black community is now committing more crimes, not less crimes than before. The reason for that is because now police are there to catch more crimes. But what that means is more of them are locked up, and it means the community continues its cycle of impoverishment. The over-policing of communities is what contributes to their disproportionate crime committing, not the other way around.
No. So like the NYPD, the way that they map crime, because a lot of people like to use the NYPD as an example of this, is they use a system called CompStat, where they just track reports of violent crimes, and then they target the officers to those areas. Now, they do catch some crimes like marijuana, which is like the one crime everybody goes to, just because they're more present in those areas. Because to catch somebody smoking marijuana, you have to see it and smoke and smell it.
Yeah.
If you have more eyeballs and more nostrils there, then of course you're going to disproportionately get people for marijuana. But that's
an
one
issue.
crime as a consequence of a higher murder rate, of a higher assault rate. Like,
why do you think there's a higher murder and assault rate?
Why do I think that there's a higher murder and assault rate?
Yeah, in black communities.
Because, well, not black communities overall. There are specific black communities that have way higher murder rates.
Yeah, I agree. Why?
Because they're committing murders at higher rates.
Yeah, but why?
Well, you have fatherless households, and typically people need male role models, especially men, who are most of the people committing these crimes.
Yeah.
And when you don't have a male role model during your peak offending years, you're 15 to 24.
Why don't they have fathers?
Because they're not like getting.
Because a lot of them are getting arrested. Yeah, that's the cycle. Yeah, a lot of them get arrested, which means a new generation grows up without any kids having a father figure, which disproportionately commits the committing of more crime. The only way to fix this long term is with broad systemic socioeconomic support. The amount of police you commit to an area will never fix crime. It can't do it.
So you think that it's just because they're being incarcerated, therefore they can't be fathers to their children? They're not already having kids outside of marriage.
I mean, if they're in jail, no, they can't really be fathers. I mean, they can.
How do they get somebody pregnant while they're in jail?
Because they get someone pregnant and then they're arrested at some point during the 18 years it takes to arrive. Anything?
Yeah,
Smoking weed, maybe? I don't know. 4 times as likely as a white person.
There's not a lot of people serving long sentences or even sentences of months for marijuana in this country. That's not a thing. That's
not concurrently, because the sentences are short, but the fact that there are so many people in there for minor drug violations at any given point in time means there was always a large number of people cycling in and out of prison. These go a long way towards destabilizing households.
Most of the time, these people aren't serving long sentences for possession.
What's a long sentence?
A lot of times, you'll plead down from a trafficking charge to possession.
But what's a long sentence, though?
Like a felony sentence, like more than a year.
Dude, a year in prison? That means you get knocked off your job? That means you're going to be precluded from certain other government benefits?
More than a year. But you're not serving any, most of the time you get marijuana, you get probation. There are certain states where,
that depends on your skin color sometimes. A lot of black folk in jail for having weed.
For possession, no. A lot of them are pled down from other crimes.
Well, yeah, because they get overcharged. Yeah, because they get charged for trafficking because they have 2 dime bags on them. Yeah.
They're not getting charged for trafficking for 2 dime bags. There's literally weight amounts in the trafficking statutes.
But no, that's literally a cop tactic. You overcharge people for minor crimes so they feel they're in a position to plead down to something that'll still get them put in jail.
There's actually a limit. It's not 2 dime bags. 2 dime bags.
I know. Okay, that was hyperbole, yes. But for carrying a fair amount, $200 to $300 of weed, yeah.
I mean, that's what dealers typically carry.
I literally bought $200 worth of weed a month ago. I'm still going through the jar.
Well, you live in California. It's legal.
So the difference is the state that I'm in, not the actual intent or morality of the action.
I'm not against legalizing marijuana, but the reason they're getting arrested more for marijuana is they live in neighborhoods with higher rates of violent crime.
Yeah, so the over-policing of these neighborhoods leads to other people.
If you proportion your police force to the level of violent crime.
Yeah, but then other people get arrested disproportionate to other racial groups.
Yeah. Do you think that police should not go to areas where there's more crime?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, because it perpetuates the cycle. Yeah, this is like socioeconomic, like consensus. Yeah, nobody in a criminal justice background, like anyone, at least in my department when I went to university, would ever make the argument, "Oh, we just need to put more cops in that part." Like nobody would ever make that
Should there be
argument.
less police in areas with more violent crime?
I think we should keep it equal across the board, so none of the stats get disproportionately skewed against people who already have a socioeconomic like.
So if there's no crime in an area, we should have the same level of patrol as an area where there's massive amounts of crime, like open gang warfare in the streets. I'm just curious.
Yeah, because putting cops in areas with open gang warfare doesn't seem to address the long-term consequences of. First of all, there aren't very many parts of the country left that have open gang warfare. But the reason why the murder rate has gone down over the past 30 years isn't because we've been putting more police in poor areas. It's because the economy and other social factors have led to an improvement in these communities.
I mean, there's not really a strong statistical explanation for the crime drop in the 90s.
I mean, we could. Well, we know for a fact that it's not policing.
People have made the argument that it's led. People have made the argument, like Giuliani likes to take credit for some of his broken windows police policies, but
I don't think there's any evidence to back that up, though.
You have a large drop in crime in like around 94 to 96, and there's no real explanation for that because different states had different policies and leaded gasoline. Like people have a bunch of different explanations, but
yeah, you'd have to look at it like city by city. I don't disagree with that. My main issue is that a lot of people seem to think that like,
the problem is you can't look at it city by city, except for the cities that didn't drop. And you can see what they're doing wrong because the drop was nationwide around the same time. So there's no consistent policy that would explain the dip. So to say it's socioeconomic improvement, we don't know that because some areas did not improve at the same time.
But the evidence doesn't seem to indicate that policing was the solution to this issue.
I mean, in some areas, probably. In some areas, not. It depends on the tactic.
Well, wait. So it depends on the tactics. So you'd have to say that it does vary city by city.
No, of course it varies city by city, but the drop is overall in the country, which is why there's no solid, like you can't point to this policy improving. Like all you can look at is your outlier cities, your Detroit, your Baltimore, your Chicago, your St. Louis, the ones that didn't drop and try to explain why those didn't drop.
Yeah, we could make an argument for that, but that would require like a city-by-city analysis. Maybe there was some sort of broad countrywide socioeconomic condition that led to a broader drop in crime, but individual cities... By socioeconomic, I mean like literally anything that could contribute to a drop in crime. Like anything from lead to, I don't know, global climate change leading to everyone's heads being warmer so they don't want to go outside and commit crime. I don't know. We could look at whatever data there is.
No, there's actually more crime in the heat as opposed to the cold.
I know, I was just giving an example.
There's no solid explanation in terms of why the drop was nationwide. Like, people take credit like the crime bill, although everybody runs away from the crime bill from the 90s.
Yeah.
Like we did increase incarceration in the 90s, but it was also increased in the 80s, and that did not, crime peaked in the early 90s, so it's hard to, before the drop. So it's hard to explain exactly what it is.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to look at it more.
It's kind of a like I studied this for years, and it's kind of
you just said that we don't know. So wouldn't the argument be that we have to look it up more?
There's no explanation in terms of one specific policy.
Yeah, I never said there was one specific policy. The broader argument I'm making is that over-policing doesn't decrease the total amount of crime because it leads to the perpetuation of certain conditions that increase crime in the long term.
I would trade less murders for more petty arrests that people get tickets for.
I don't think policing leads to less murders, though.
I mean, there's less murders the murder rate has been going down. And if you're talking about shootings in the street, there are certain policing tactics that deter shootings.
Like
they had Operation Ceasefire in Massachusetts. In St. Louis, they had a policy that they only did for a couple months and then they fucked it up that I actually quite liked, where it's consent searches, where they would go to parents in these areas and they would offer to search their kid's room to find a gun under the premise that they wouldn't charge them with it, but they would refer them to counseling.
That doesn't seem that does not seem like it would lead to like a nationwide decrease in crime. Would something that minor actually significantly influence?
You're saying policing doesn't lead to drops in crime. Policing is local, so I'm giving you local examples.
Yeah, okay. So wait, so let's back up because I feel like we're really in the weeds here. So from everything that I learned about socioeconomics and criminal justice, it just does not seem like the over-policing policing of poor communities.
Socioeconomics is not some. It's not.
Socioeconomics is
it's not even
directly tied to criminality.
It's not a strong correlation between crime.
Wait, poor people commit massively more crime than wealthy
poor
people.
People commit more crimes, but poor people don't commit the same amount of crimes depending on city, depending on demographics.
Wait. Why, I don't know why you're conflating the data here. Yeah, socioeconomics is relevant because poverty is an indicator of crime. There's a comorbidity there. So yeah, there's like obviously a relationship between these factors.
No, there's a correlation, but it's not.
That's a relationship. It's a pretty strong income inequality is one of the greatest predictors of criminality. Most of the violent crime that takes place in this country is in very black, very poor inner city areas that are still mostly affected by the war on drugs. These are socioeconomic factors.
No, there are plenty of poor communities that don't commit anywhere near the level of crime as your poor black.
Due to what? Due to what? Why?
Differences in, like, they might have more stable households. Like,
that's a socioeconomic condition.
But I mean, if you're just going to categorize everything in terms of socioeconomics,
society and economics, I mean, everything that fits under there, right?
There are some people who will have, like, poor Asians don't commit as much crime as poor Hispanics.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
we can speculate on socioeconomic reasons as to why that might be the case.
But even if you control for socioeconomic status, it's not the same. There are like cultural biases.
That's society. Cultural is socioeconomics.
All right, so you're just going to count everything in terms.
Yeah, that's why I say socioeconomics. Yeah, because it's really broad. Yeah, of course. But the thing is, if there's a socioeconomic condition that contributes to a disproportionate amount of crime being committed, that means there's something we can do to fix it. The reasons why Hispanics commit crimes at the rate they do, by the way, Hispanic immigrants commit less crime than native, like domestic Americans do. The reason why is because Hispanics are on average 20 years younger than white people in this country. Young people are the ones who commit most of the crime. The reason why Asians commit less crime is because a large amount of the Asian population in this country immigrated a long time ago, at least back since past the 1960s, and they tend to be older on average. The new wave of younger Asian people we have in this country are wealthier, like Chinese immigrants that came here for university schooling. So these are people who are selected from wealthy backgrounds who are less likely to commit crime. The reason why black people disproportionately commit so much crime is in large part because systemic poverty has kept them in positions where criminality is the only way for them to make it out of the hoods they're born into. But it's a really complicated interwoven mesh of.
I don't think systemic poverty leads to an incentivized to commit sexual assault at the rates that sexual assault is being committed in the black community.
Sure, it does. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely, yeah. Because if you're poor, you're more likely to have a poor upbringing, which means there's more likely to be lead in the paint of your walls, which means it's more likely that you didn't have both parents around to raise you. These are all comorbid with antisocial personality disorder.
Therefore, you commit sexual assault more because you had lead paint in your walls?
Being raised poorly and having brain damage? Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no, like, if you check lead levels in these people, I don't think that you're going to find a significant difference.
Heightened lead levels literally lead to an increased rate of aggression and a lowered.
I understand what heightened lead levels do, but I'm saying if you check lead levels in like your average rapist, I don't think you're going to find any kind of a strong correlation.
I didn't say that all rapists have high lead levels. I said that these are one of a number of characteristics that can lead to an increase in antisocial behavior on the part of poor people.
I said in your average, like if you checked against the general population, right?
Well, I would make you a bet. I don't have any data to back this up, and I doubt anyone does. But if we took a survey of the average white rapist and the average poor black, or like poor white rapist and poor black rapist, I would be willing to bet that the poor black rapist has a statistically significant difference in the average amount of lead in their blood.
Also, when you talk about immigrants committing lower levels of crime, that is true overall. Mm-hmm. And for illegal immigrants, it's true. But that's because we have an insanely disproportionate amount of our crime coming from the black community. Like, you like to group in, like, if you go by demographics, they commit more crimes than certain demographics and less crimes than others.
Yeah, so, well, that's interesting. If illegal immigrants into this country are still committing less crime than a legal demographic of our citizenry, then that's very interesting to me. There are a lot of reasons that could be explained.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the immigrants just tend not to commit that much crime. It's probably a lot because they toe the line. Like, they just made it here, so like, oh, better be careful, which I totally understand. But then as the immigrants have a first and second generation kid, their level of criminality increases up to the average of the country, which is pretty funny. I guess they're assimilating, they're getting as violent as we are.
I think that second gen are actually fine. It might be third gen,
Maybe third gen. Yeah.
but second gen, they have that like immigrant parent mentality. They're like way more successful than the average American.
Yeah, Americans suck. I don't know what we're doing wrong.
America's amazing. It's a wonderful country.
And maybe America's amazing. Americans are, whew, I don't know. We're really dropping the ball on this.
First class all the way. Why do you hate America?
Because America keeps doing crazy shit like bombing other countries. I wish it would stop. Hey, if we stop what we're doing in Libya and Syria, okay, I'll back off. All right, I'll say America is poggers.
Sorry, I'm pulling up different things in the chat.
No worries.
Somebody says you need to be sent to a gulag. Would you voluntarily go to a gulag since that's the society you're advocating for?
I'm a libertarian socialist. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about gulags.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that I care about freedom, democracy, basically every like social value enshrined in the principles of the Enlightenment. I just think that worker-controlled means of production, the abolition of the commodity form, is the best way to get those things. I'm fulfilling the promises of the Enlightenment. I am the ultimate liberal by being a socialist.
Right. But, I mean, so you think that, I mean, co-ops is something we said we would discuss. You think co-ops are the best direction to go in? For
the immediate future, yes. Eventually, they'd have to be supplanted by some more decommodified system. But for the now, I think it's a really good way to start.
All right, and why have you arrived at that belief other than, communism?
Well, there are a ton of reasons. Communism is one of them, maybe, but I do think it is fundamentally immoral that most people's workplaces are fundamentally dictatorial. I don't like that. I think that's unethical. For a society that prides itself on democracy, the fact that most people will spend their lives under the heel of a boss is pretty disgusting to me. Additionally, I think it would do a lot to de-emphasize the extent to which wealthy people disproportionately affect our democracy, because there would no longer be it would no longer be possible for an individual to accumulate a massive amount of capital on their own. So those are the two like main factors, I think.
But you choose to work for somebody in order to get a secure paycheck rather than start your own business. I mean, you have your own business, obviously. Both of us do. We run our channels like a business to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But you choose to work for another person in exchange for the security of a paycheck that you would not get had you decided to start out on your own. That's the trade that everybody makes voluntarily when they work for somebody, like work for a boss.
Yeah, that trade existed under feudalism, too. You had the choice to live on your land and procure crops for your land, your lord, or you could go run off and be a hunter on your own or something. But just because we have a choice to participate in the system doesn't mean...
That's a different system that doesn't recognize the individual property rights that...
Oh, I don't give a fuck about individual property rights, but fundamentally, the fact that you choose to participate in society doesn't mean society is ethical. Huh?
You don't care until somebody tries to take some of your property. So you don't care.
Well, that's my personal property, not my private property.
It is. There's no distinction between personal property and private property.
Yeah, sure there is. Do you want to talk about it?
Like, there's no distinction between the two.
Yeah, there absolutely. There 100% is. Yeah.
So at what level would it be acceptable? Like, because this is something I brought up in my video, but you were saying that I misrepresented your position, but I got it from the mall and you debate that you had, where you said that you would be allowed to own something individually, contract labor out, but only when you get to a certain size would you like enforce a worker co-op situation. So what level of a company would be the point where you would force it to be a worker co-op?
It's something that I would want studies.
Have you mistaken?
It's something that I would want studies done on because I feel like it's an arbitrary line no matter what. Is it 2 people, 3 people? How much yearly income? I'm not sure. If for the sake of argument, we can say like 5 people. Any company larger than 5 people should probably be a worker co-op because I recognize that very small companies there's probably an economic benefit to sole proprietorship and to traditionally owned firms for very, very, very small companies. My main issue is with like the majority of like the businesses in America, I guess. And we can hash out the fine details when we have more research or evidence to decide where exactly we should draw that line.
All right, I have to ask you this question. How many people do you have editing videos for you?
None. I edit every one of my own videos.
Oh, you don't? I thought you contract out for somebody to edit and upload for you.
I did a few times, but then I preferred to have complete control over my own productive labor. So I do all my own work now.
I would definitely do that. You stream for like 57 hours a day, something like that. You probably get somebody.
I find a lot of, I got a lot of time on my hands. You know, I'm a Zoomer.
The maximum at peak, you would have maybe 1, maybe 2 people contracting out from you at the same time.
Probably. I would never make an argument that somebody with an outfit of my size would have morally to be a worker co-op because I think there's room for what's that term? Contracting as well in a worker co-op society. Yeah. The contractors should just have their own co-op.
But there are startups that start up at 5. They're not worker co-ops. It's just 5 people coming together to start a business, and eventually they go on to employ more people. Like that cutoff is very narrow.
Yeah, well, maybe we can make it like 6 people. Yeah, but hey, like if like a dozen people want to get together and start a company, like fuck yeah, that should be a worker co-op. You kidding me? What? Because one person came into that interaction with more money?
What makes you think that this model would be more successful?
Evidence that I have seems to indicate that worker co-ops lead to a much greater average level of worker happiness. They tend to resist price shocks more. They tend to weather depressions more, and they tend to be better at long-term decision making because the people who are working for that co-op are working towards their own invested self-interest rather than the company being directed in the interests of the CEO, who might bail ship in 5 or 10 years.
Well, why do you think so? The explanation you gave is due in large part to worker co-ops that are started in our current system right now, because you can form a worker co-op now. And this is the idea of the reason that they're probably a little bit more resilient once they're up and running is because the individuals in the startup phase invested their own capital into the company. So these are people who have their skin on the line. Like if you convert a company that already exists into a worker co-op when people did not invest into that, you might not have the same outcome.
That's possible. I think there should probably be a long transitionary period. We couldn't like snap our fingers or anything. Ideally, it would be like over maybe 10 or 15 years, we would have increasing levels of like worker involvement in the corporation until we have like eventual cutting off point, like, okay, it's time, goodbye CEO, you know? But it would be like a transitionary process. But hey, I mean, we got rid of slavery and that ended up making a fuck ton of private capital owners angry, you know?
Slavery is involuntary. It involves forcing people into labor situations.
So is our system. We just get to choose who our slave master is, and we get treated a little bit better. But apart from that, it's still, it's wage slavery.
Our system is not involuntary. I didn't want to. Before I started this channel, I worked for a place, and I didn't like working for the place. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take the risk, go out on my own, and see if I can make money that way. And it turned out pretty all right.
Yeah, but most people can't do that. Like, not everyone can just start a business, you know?
Well, that is true. I do have a 10,000 IQ, so it's
yeah, it's true. Not everyone has a 10,000 IQ. Some people hit off at like 9,100 or so. And for them, like, they have to spend their entire lives working underneath somebody else. I think it's really fucked up. Like, that's like day-to-day life for most people.
But they trade their independence for lower risk. You take a higher risk and you succeed, you get a higher reward.
That is true, but considering worker co-ops have higher levels of price shock resistance and fare better in depressions, I think that the risk will be offset with a broader social adoption of worker co-ops, meaning we get a higher reward with no higher risk.
But again, this is due to the larger initial investment from the participants. So they're just acting as the person who is the boss in that scenario. It's like saying that studies show that people who have similar educations, like college educations, are better when they get married, right? And you're saying, look, they're better when they get married. Therefore, we should create a policy that that people after they graduate college are forcibly paired off, because statistically, under our system now, where it's voluntary, they're better off.
Yeah, but I don't understand what greater risk there would be in a society that has like all worker co-ops. I mean, like you are responsible like very directly for the well-being of the company because you work there and you own a share of that company. Yeah. But even if you just work for a traditionally owned firm, I mean, if that firm goes under, you can be fired. If they decide to downsize, you can be fired. If they decide they don't want to pay you as much, they can cut your wages. Like there are tons of things that can happen even in a normal system. You
don't have the same level of investment and the same level of risk in that situation.
What's the different level of risk though?
If you get fired, theoretically, you could just get another job. Like if you work for Walmart, theoretically, you could get fired and, go get a job at Target and you haven't lost your life savings. If you start a worker co-op and you invest your life savings into it, this is why a lot of people
I wouldn't expect the average person to invest anything in the place that they work at. Ideally, initial investment should be done.
But that's because you're trying to convert pre-existing businesses into worker co-ops.
Well, sure, but it would be done in a transitionary period. Like the investment in the company doesn't come from the individual wealth of the people who work there. It comes from the revenue generated by that business. So what everyone would do is they would collectively, you would collectively agree. Like say you have 10 people who work at a co-op and you're like, okay, we make $250,000 every year. All right. So that's $25,000 for every person. And we set aside 10% of that towards the actual growth of the company. So that's, $2,200 or $22,500 for every person. And the rest of it gets rolled into like investment the company. Ideally, they'd have higher margins than that, but still.
I I understand, but
Yeah.
for a startup, you would have to, either secure an investment through a loan, or you would have to have people put up their own money in the company. Like this is what we already went over. That obviously converting and by the way, if people want to start a worker co-op, like if you wanted to do it, like the Vosh co-op, like with a bunch of
Hell
your
yeah.
spazzy communist friends, you could go do that. I don't know what you would sell. Probably like I don't know,
Beard
whatever
trimmers.
but if you wanted to do
soap.
that in a co-op format, you could do that. You can do that under a free market capitalist system because
Yeah, sure. You could create a private firm back when America was a slave state as well. I don't know if that speaks much to the.
But you keep bringing up slavery, but there's a difference between a voluntary transaction. Like you understand this, right? Like
Oh no, I don't. Like that's why we call it wage slavery, because in a wage slave system, which is what we have today, you don't really have a choice. You have to work. Some people get to escape that by making their own businesses. Most people, the vast majority, will spend their entire lives clamoring for scraps from people significantly wealthier than them. I don't like that very much. I don't think it's ethical.
I mean, again, so you're not delineating between like kidnapping people and bringing them and forcing them to work, and people choosing where they would want to work and having the option to get educated in a certain area and being allowed to specialize in something that they voluntarily choose.
Well, in both cases, you have no choice but to work. You just get to choose your slave master in the other.
You could live off of somebody, like you could.
Right. These are very marginal options. Now, I'm not saying they are exactly the same. That's why I'm calling it wage slavery and not chattel slavery. But I think that fundamentally they're unethical in similar ways. They don't lend the individual the meaningful option to control the product of their labor. It means that there's no choice but to submit yourself to an authority figure in order to survive. I think that's pretty fucked up. I like democracy.
You could always start your own business, and again,
right, I said, but again, these are marginal
democracy
options.
Is fine in limited aspects in government, but that doesn't mean everything should be democratic. Like sometimes,
I love democracy. Hey, it leads to workers being happier. I love workers being happier. So yeah, worker co-ops.
It may lead to workers being happier in a certain scenario today where those companies are rare and people who really want to start co-ops actually start them under our system. But just because, again, like my marriage example, just because people who are college graduates might be happier in their marriage overall, that doesn't mean if you forcibly pair them off with other college graduates, you're going to get the same outcome. You understand that there's a difference between.
So you're arguing that like companies that have hundreds of thousands of employees wouldn't transition well to worker cooperatives?
Possibly not. Like if you had to have something if you had to put something at stake in a company and you're not willing to do that, you're just comfortable.
Well, you're only putting something at stake if you're forming a company as a co-op. If you're not forming it, if you're just taking one anew, you're only taking advantage of the assets that are already a part of that business.
And it's not like all like part of the reason people are happier in worker co-ops is because it ends up leading to I think it's called Taylorism. Like that happened in one of the largest co-ops in Spain. Like they had a section of it, which was a manufacturing section, where it ended up filing for bankruptcy because all the people who collectively own this got together and thought it would be a really good idea to only get people in their family jobs at this portion of the company.
I don't think that's representative of the massive statistical difference between the happiness of traditional firm workers and worker co-op workers.
There's no large sample size. I mean, you could compare religious co-ops.
Wait. But these are highly slim. There are plenty of worker co-ops in America, and the data across them is pretty convincing, at least with regards to worker happiness, resistance to price shocks. The idea that happiness is all coming from nepotism and religion is pretty ridiculous.
No, I didn't say it was all from religion, but I'm saying you can compare religious co-ops that people form, like communes, to secular communes, and religious ones do significantly better because there's more sacrifice in those religious communes. But there's
not more sacrifice in the in a worker co-op system for the average worker.
But sacrifice is what leads to the success of these communes because there's a collective sacrifice in there.
Sacrifice of what? Like time?
Like anything, resources, time, like the idea that.
But that's all work. Yeah, everyone sacrifices their time to contribute their labor value to a firm. That's how capitalism works too.
Somebody says you love democracy so much, you support Trump.
Wait, I'm riding with Biden. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm a Biden boy over here.
Also, Trump was elected in an electoral college system, which is a republic.
He lost the popular vote. I don't know.
I'm sure Vosh doesn't like our form of federal government, which originally only had one branch elected democratically. So
I definitely have some issues with the federal government. Yeah, I would say so, and some minor criticisms maybe.
Yeah, but like I said, there are certain scenarios where in our current system worker co-ops work, but that doesn't mean that they would work broader.
Well, then we'd have to explore, right? We would work up, and we'd see, okay, do worker co-ops work with 100 employees? The data seems to suggest they do. What about 500? What about 10,000? We up and up and up.
You have a very limited sample size by comparison. And again, you could start your worker co-ops now under a market system. What you're trying to do is change our system and force people into these situations that don't want to be there. So you have a selection bias in the examples that you're using because these people chose to form worker co-ops.
Are you making the argument that like if we had worker co-ops across the board, the people who are used to living in an autocratic workplace will be like, no, I miss having no choice in what I do every day. I miss the boss telling me what to do. I don't
accept your premise that there's no choice in what they do. Like you choose to take a job.
But fundamentally, the argument you're making, I don't think naturally follows from the data. So we know that there are worker co-ops all over the world, and the data for all of them seems to be fairly positive. Now, you can make the argument that massive corporations wouldn't transition well into worker co-ops, and that's an argument I'm willing to hear out, but then we could look at other options, like fragmented co-ops, or we could talk about decommodification, just have the state take over them. All of these are viable options, especially for utilities. I mean, get like the electricity and like plumbing under heel, I think that'd be acceptable. And if we do that, then I think eventually we'll find a nice like threshold where we recognize like, okay, worker co-ops are effectively functional up to here. What if we had like syndicates of collections of co-ops that broadly like work together towards a common goal? There are many ways to address these potential issues, but all of them serve the broader goal of getting rid of traditionally owned firms, which I maintain are fundamentally unethical.
There's nothing unethical about a place that you voluntarily work at. But
okay, wait, can I ask you really quickly a question? Really quickly. I did this one with Adam Kokesh, okay? If you are on a biplane or like an air light or something like that with another person and you both crash land on a deserted island, okay? Right in the middle of the ocean, all right? And you get knocked out by the impact. And when you wake up, the other guy, the friend of yours, has all the coconuts, has gathered all the coconuts. And he's like, I now have all the coconuts on this island. There are no other food source. I will happily share them with you if you suck my dick. Do you consider that choice to suck his dick an ethical, or like a voluntary decision on your part, or do you think there might be implicitly coercive factors there that force your hand and make it not voluntary?
I mean, that's not in any way a comparable analogy.
Wait, but what about this analogy?
That's what I just said. It's not in any way comparable.
Well, but what about it? Do you think it's voluntary or
on desert island? By the way, Stephen Michael Davis says, if you like democracy so much, why don't you marry it?
I'm working on it. Okay, the filing is in the court.
That's not a comparable analogy.
But would you consider that voluntary?
It's not a comparable analogy.
Would you wait? Okay, so I'm going to assume by your unwillingness to answer that the answer is no. You don't consider that voluntary. So you
still have an option in that situation.
So you do think it's voluntary?
In its most primitive sense, it is voluntary.
Okay, then I would argue that voluntarism in the presence of coercive factors isn't really a voluntary choice, because your real choices there are to suck dick or to die. And in our system, your choices are to sell your labor to a capitalist or to live at the very baseline subsistence level,
or start your own business,
which again is not viable which is not viable. Hey, if you start your own business, other people then have to work for you for your business to work. You perpetuate the system of inequality.
They choose to work.
Okay, wait. I can't. Wait. We need to hammer out on this. Okay, so I would argue it's not voluntary if you don't really have a choice, or if you suffer great harm if you don't make like the one choice you have to make. So in our society, you have to work, or you live a baseline subsistence level of existence. Some people can start businesses, but if they do, they're only creating a position where other people have to work for you. This is a system which mandates that 95% or more of the population must force themselves into an exchange for their labor, which is not actually voluntary. I think that's pretty unethical, in my humble opinion.
But you're literally trying to force people into involuntary relationships with one another. Like that's what.
No, wait. I'm not trying to force people to get together. I'm just trying to change the unethical. What does that mean? That would be like taking a rape victim away from their abuser and saying now you're forcing them to live without rape. Like, yeah, I'm trying to put them in a society where they can make meaningful choices.
Your system is more Your system is more analogous to rape than the system I'm
proposing. How? The average person has a much greater degree of control.
You're removing the option for consent.
How?
Because what if I don't want to work for a worker co-op? What if I don't want to give up my business?
Then you can have a I'm sorry. I don't care about private I don't care about private capital. So again, I don't think that's something you have entitlement to. What about your slaves? Somebody might ask 150 years ago.
Slavery is involuntary.
We just established this is involuntary. All right, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this one.
I understand that you can't understand this delineation, but there's a difference between I go apply for a job, I decide to work for this wage, and then I go home at the end of the day versus somebody.
People don't want to work for a wage. People just want the wage. Nobody likes working.
No, people get fulfillment from work. What are you talking about?
Wait, then they get fulfillment from the labor, not from the process of selling that labor to a capitalist. If they could, most of those people who enjoy the work they do would rather be able to do that as a sole proprietor. The people who enjoy the work they do don't like the fact that they're being put under the heel of someone more powerful than them. They like the actual labor they're doing. They can keep doing that. They just don't have to live under a dictatorial system.
A lot of people like the security of knowing that they're going to get paid for as long as the company is running.
Worker co-ops have a higher degree of security and job protectionism than.
Are you going to deny the fact that there are a huge more, a way larger number of traditional firms than worker co-ops?
Yeah, of course there are. Yeah.
Okay. Like, let's, by an order of magnitude, way more traditionally started businesses than worker co-ops.
Yeah.
And all right, so if there were comparable worker co-ops, do you think that the limited data that we have now would assure us the same level of success compared to traditional firms? Or do you think that there is room for that number to go down because we're talking about an incredibly small sample size compared to an incredibly large sample size?
We're talking about tens of thousands of worker co-ops here. Of course there's room for the data to change, but I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that it will. I'm not going to like hinge my ideological predilections on the idea that maybe a huge preponderance of data is going to like randomly change if we start implementing things that seem to be across the board better, you know?
So why are you making the case if you don't care if they're more successful when they expand it out more?
But I do care. I'm saying that I'm not going to let some random like assertion change my belief that something that seems to be better is better. Like, well, what if it stops being better in 10 years? Like, I don't know, maybe, but right now it's better, so I'll push for it.
But I mean, it just looks better because it's a smaller sample
Tens of
size.
thousands. Just because it's a smaller sample size doesn't mean that the data on it is invalid. We're not talking about like 100 people across the U.S.
I'm not saying that it's completely invalid, but it's like not that much of a difference.
You would have to make a statistical argument for the reasons why it would decrease and the fact that it would decrease below the average level of worker satisfaction for traditional firms.
Worker co-ops are voluntary compared to what you're advocating.
Yeah, that's an assertion, but that's not the same thing as a statistical justification of your argument. You would have to actually like get the data together and find like, oh, well, back in 1962, there were fewer worker co-ops and they had a higher general rate of worker satisfaction. But now, 50 years later, there are more of them and there's less of that. Like, if you could make that argument, I would take it seriously. Like, I'm happy to look at the data. But right now, this is just conjecture.
Well, I just pointed out that if your argument doesn't really hinge on the statistics, you're making a moral argument.
I am making a moral argument, but I'm also making a statistical one. Yeah.
At the moment, because it's a small sample size.
Well, sure, yeah, but I wouldn't be making the moral argument if the stats changed. If workers were less happy in a worker co-op, I wouldn't be arguing it's moral to put them in that position. I would say that apparently the increased level of freedom isn't doing much to make them happier, so I couldn't really defend that, like, tenably.
Well, again, the people who choose to be in a worker co-op now are probably happier because they got to make that decision as compared to people who like the security of a solid paycheck.
There's no more security. Wait, why do you think there's no security in a worker co-op?
Well,
there's a higher degree of security. The data indicates there's more resistance to price shocks. Worker co-ops are more likely to survive their first 3 year of business, which is the most tenuous point for like any startup business, and they're more likely to survive during a depression. Additionally, they're more likely to lower collective wages rather than fire people during like severe like economic downturns. In every way, shape, and form, right now, it is better to work for co-ops than it is to work for traditional firms, at least with regards to financial stability.
Again, in very limited, narrow circumstances.
Okay, but that's conjecture. We would need more data.
It makes a huge difference because if 95% of the firms, let's say, are traditional firms, obviously just by the numbers, you're going to have more room for variance there. And you're going to have more people that are less happy with their work and more happy with their work. I wasn't particularly well, actually, I did enjoy the work that I did back in my previous job, but I just preferred to do this on my own. Like, you're going to have people who...
Yeah, people like having control over their labor production. I agree. People seem to really, really like that. I mean, I don't know, like, again, like, I guess when we're trying to implement more worker co-ops, and if it turns out the data starts reversing, then we can, like, argue that. But until then, it's just conjecture.
You can start a worker co-op right now, though.
Yeah, but just because I can start a worker co-op doesn't mean the vast majority of people are able to make the choice to work in a worker co-op. And that doesn't
Sure.
mean they have access to the information necessary to know whether or not that's a better choice.
Sure, they can. You could choose to work in a worker co-op if you get hired. As
Yeah,
long
but
as
there
they're
aren't
not-
that many of them, and there are like 320 million people in this country.
So there's like a limited sample size. Is that what you're trying to say?
There's a limited sample size of everything on Earth because we don't live in an infinity loop. What are you talking about? Do you think that disproves like existing data?
I didn't say it disproves. I just said it's like incomplete data. Just
But that's if the only argument you have against what I have to say is, well, we don't have enough data, the data might change, then like I don't know what to say. Like sure, data can always change. Yeah.
There's 2 points. The first one is that it's a very limited sample size, and
It's
again,
tens of
these are
thousands of businesses done in
these are
multiple countries over
voluntarily
decades.
formed- These are voluntarily formed worker co-ops that you're comparing to forcibly converted or forcibly you're comparing it to forcibly converted worker co-ops that don't really exist. And you're saying that
Do you
just
have any
because-
data on forcibly converted co-ops being less amicable towards the health and happiness of workers than traditionally formed worker co-ops?
Oh, I don't profitability, and there's different things that matter more than the average. If you poll somebody and ask them how they feel about their work, that doesn't make the business more viable, and that doesn't again.
Do you have any data on how? Wait, well, we were arguing about worker happiness. Do you have any data on it being less economically effective?
That doesn't again excuse the subjugation of private property
So
rights.
wait, you can't wait. This is what I mean. You keep pivoting. You argue like, well, we don't know if people make the choice, to, well, I don't know if it'll be as profitable,
Oh, no,
to, well, I don't know if it's ethical to do this. You keep moving from point to point, but we know you have no data on this because if you did, I would have read it already. So all there is to say on this is right now the data supports my case, and if the data changes in the future, then we can make arguments from there.
But we're not talking about that much of a difference.
We're talking no. When it comes to the stats I've listed, there's a significant difference. Yeah.
The 5-year survival rate in Canada is like 62% to 44%.
That's a huge. Wait, that's a 50% increase.
There are significant amounts of traditionally held firms. That's not 50%, by the way. Check your math.
44 to 62. Yeah, that'd be about like 44%, right? Or like 45%. Yeah, that's nearly a 50% increase in survivability. That's an unbelievably huge change.
Can I run through these points very quick? So you have limited sample size in voluntary situations where they right now appear to be more stable at a 5-year mark or a 10-year mark or a 3-year mark. I haven't seen the data that you put forward about 3, but like assume it's fine. Then you have private property rights that have to be subjected to these people in your involuntary system, because again, you're not saying we should form more worker co-ops right now because then we wouldn't have anything to disagree on. What you're saying is we should forcibly convert companies to worker co-ops because you think that a voluntary system is involuntary just because you say so. Because
I mean, I've made all my arguments. You can uncharitably interpret them however you like. I mean, if you want me to repeat the coconut dick sucking example, I can. I feel like it's a pretty decent example, like when it comes to coercion influencing the voluntary nature of interactions.
Again, you're not on the. Again, you're keep seething. What the fuck? All right, sorry, got distracted by the chat. Again, you picked a very narrow analogy, but you still haven't you also base your argument on the idea that there's no difference between selling your labor voluntarily, or there's marginal difference between selling your labor voluntarily and a system where you are forcibly enslaved and forced to turn over your labor.
But it isn't voluntary. That was the coconut dick sucking example. If there's coercion, if selling your labor is the only alternative to a subsistent life, then it's not really voluntary.
In that analogy, like we can go over your stupid analogy if you want to.
Do you want to go over it again? We can go over it again.
My point is that is not analogous to our current society right now.
Okay, so we can go over it one more time. Okay.
Like if we're going to make stupid analogies, it's like, oh sure, you could build a boat with the trees that the coconuts came
That's not
from.
how analogies work.
That'll be
Analogies
yourself
don't
off.
usually leave room for like a single paradigm. You don't really like leave open options for like
Yeah, I understand that.
ignoring.
But,
Yeah, okay, well we can go over one more time. Okay.
In
So
bad faith, make a scenario where there are more options than you've put forward.
keep in mind, I'm talking about
an incredibly narrow scenario.
the
that's
majority
way
of the
analogous
people
to our current
in the
society.
country. So I'm talking about the well-being of the majority of the people in this country. Obviously, there are individuals who can win the lottery, luck out on inheritance, start their own business, go skydiving and end up landing in some lost Mesopotamian like artifact chamber where they discover like the husk of Vuvatema, which they can sell for billions. I don't know. There's always an option. But for the majority of people in this country, you have to work. especially if you want to raise kids. That's it.
If you want to talk about the well-being of the majority of people in society, all you have to do is compare societies that recognize private property rights.
So wait, this is a massive pivot right now. This is a huge pivot.
How is it a massive pivot?
Because I am trying to establish an analogy, and you are diving off to a completely different.
Property rights correlate with increased living standards more than any other factor. Are you insane?
So did monarchy back 1,000 years ago, or so did constitutional monarchy over absolute monarchy, but we still move past that system as well. This is what you really, bro, are you okay? Are your heels okay? Are you scraping those calluses off? Because you're pivoting like a fucking top tier basketball player right now. Let's stick with the actual analogy, okay? Hold on. Wait. I don't know why I can't finish this. So we're talking about the vast majority of people in this country. The vast majority of them have to work, especially if they want kids. If you just want to live in your basement and smoke pot all day in a rent-controlled $400 a month apartment, I guess you can do that without working, but it's a really shitty life, okay? So most everyone has to work. So if you have to do something to survive, it's not really voluntary. Just like if you have to suck cock to get coconuts that you need to live, you're not really voluntarily sucking the cock. You're just being subjected to a coercive force. Much in the same way, if somebody held a gun to my head and they were like, hey, jerk off in front of me right now or I'll pull the trigger, I could technically choose to just take the bullet to my brain, but I would still argue that if I did masturbate, it wasn't really a voluntary choice. So that's how I feel about privately owned firms right now. With regards to how unfair it is that the millions and billions of dollars or assets are being taken away from stockholders, I don't really care. A fuck ton of money was taken away from slave owners. I'm sure we could find a way to compensate, like the stockholders, for the wealth and the assets that they lose when these things are transitioned into worker co-ops. And there we go. Ethical problem superseded. Ethics, nailed down. Now it's just a matter of improving the country.
Yeah. Anyway, so like I was saying, you compared the improvement of people's lives during monarchy, but you're going
to ignore all of that. Do you want to skip to a topic you know a little bit more about?
People keep interrupting me. That's real nice. So 95% of the people lived in what we would classify extreme poverty all the way up until the 1800s. And then all of a sudden we started recognizing private property rights, and all of a sudden people's standard of living all of a sudden rose. I wonder how that works. And you could still track countries that don't recognize private property rights and compare them to countries that do. And the strength of people's private property rights somehow correlate with higher standards of living. I wonder how that works.
Damn, it's almost like capitalism necessitates the existence of private property rights, and capitalism is a necessary economic step on the way towards socialism. It's almost like great writers thought of this nearly 200 years ago, and they wrote it down in big books that I still haven't gotten around to reading. This is not the gotcha that you think it is. Do you want to move to a topic you're a little more knowledgeable about? Because I feel like I've demonstrated my co-op argument.
You're trying to deflect off of it. Like
you can't argue I'm deflecting. Wait, do you really want me to school you on like how broad anthropology and history and talk about how your pivot right there was insane? Do you really want to go into that?
First of all, I didn't pivot. You're the one who brought up, I'm wanting to talk about what's better for the majority of people. Would you argue that since the recognition of private property rights, the majority of people have not been lifted out of poverty in the world?
This is a completely unrelated argument to the extent to which the replacement of traditionally owned firms with worker cooperatives would be beneficial. Obviously, the introduction of private property rights has been largely beneficial to the development of the rest of the world. I've never argued against that. But that has nothing to do with conversations as to whether or not we can move past that system.
You are arguing against it. You say, I don't care about private property. I want to get rid of private property for forced worker co-ops. That's the whole argument.
Yeah, because then we move towards a system that is better than the one we currently have. That way everyone has a share in the place that they work at.
But people don't want that. Like, a lot of people don't want to have...
I'm sorry, do you have any data on how many workers in this country are like attached to the idea of selling their labor to a capitalist? Can I see some data on that?
People sell their labor voluntarily. People don't
We've gone over this. Okay, can we move to another point? I can't run in circles with you forever, okay? I'm getting old.
Their own capital in their own business.
I'm getting old. I'm getting tired. I've addressed all of these points. Do we want to move to the next one?
A lot of people trade for the secure paycheck that they get.
It's no more secure under a traditionally owned firm than in a worker co-op, and the data suggests the worker co-ops actually have more secure wages.
If you have the same investment, like if this, people are just typing about coconut dick sucking in the chat.
Yeah, I know, it's a very evocative analogy.
But I mean, it's a ridiculous analogy. But
it is perfectly analogous to what we were talking about right now. Okay, wait. Maybe I can. Okay, one more time. Do you agree that if there is a coercive incentive to do a thing, your decision to do that thing isn't meaningfully voluntary.
It depends on the incentive. If it's force, like a gun to your head, then that's not voluntary.
But what about poverty or do the thing? Is doing the thing then a choice?
No, if you have a list of options and you have one that's your least bad option, that's still an option.
So okay, again, poverty or doing a thing. Is it truly voluntary to pick that thing?
Yes, it is voluntary.
Okay, all right, then that's the difference. Then that's the difference between you and me. I actually care about freedom. You care about suppressing it to defend your personally favorite economic system. That's the difference between you and me.
It's not suppressing fear. It's not suppressing.
You're literally arguing coercion isn't relevant to determining how voluntary an interaction is. That's insane to me.
I did not make that argument. There's actual coercion, and then what you're qualifying as coercion.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I just like the idea of a society where people actually have choices in what they do with their lives and aren't forced into it. But that's okay. I mean, I care about freedom.
Yeah, if you're like in a third world country and they open up a factory, and the factory in that country is not, it's not the best place of all time, but you have to choose between hard labor on a farm and slightly less difficult labor in that factory for a higher wage.
Yes, that's coercive.
And that
yes.
is a choice. And
it's a coerced choice. Yes, that's coercive.
And it's that kind of choice that allows people to lift themselves out of poverty.
Yeah, it is a coercive choice that people can be led into to lift themselves out of poverty. Yes.
Yeah, there's no coercion there. There's no force.
Voluntary, done, given, or acting of one's own free will. So let's look up free will. The power of acting without the constraint or necessity of fate, the ability to act at one's own discretion. Does it sound like you have an ability to act at one's own discretion if poverty is the alternative?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess, I don't know. I like good things and I dislike bad things. I don't know.
You could choose to live in poverty.
Yeah, okay. You realize, I don't know if you think like you're coming off good here, but you're literally justifying tyranny because you don't like the idea of critiquing private property.
You're advocating for tyranny. You're the one who's advocating for a forcible system.
Yeah, like getting rid of slavery, yeah.
Property rights, which is the foundation.
Wait, how is it tyranny? The people would vote on it democratically. What are you talking about?
The tyranny of the majority. Who says that?
Wait, laws passed by the government are the tyranny of the majority?
So if most people vote for slavery, that makes slavery moral?
Because slavery is immoral, whereas what I'm arguing for would be an increase in the total amount of freedom for the vast majority of people.
No, you said democracy is moral. So if most people vote for slavery, does that make it somehow moral, or is it
no? But you argue that it would be tyranny if it's democratically enforced. Then it wouldn't.
Is tyrannical. You are taking.
So any law is tyrannical. What about business regulations? Is that tyrannical because the majority is forcing something?
Depends on the regulation.
Whoa, wait, hold on. Let's run this down because now I feel like you're in a very strange position. So is every single regulation tyrannical because that's the majority using their democratic apparatus to enforce their will on a relative minority?
Let me.
Are you a monarchist?
Let me state this pretty clearly so you can understand it. If people vote for something that would be tyrannical if a king or a tyrant did it, that does not make it not tyrannical. Do you understand?
What you said just didn't make sense. What? So the people can't vote for something that a king would do? People just vote on their elected representatives.
No. Okay. So let me explain.
We have a representative democracy. Do you know what that means?
So if you have a governor that decides, to reinstitute slavery, right?
Uh-huh.
That's immoral on its own. It is a tyrannical policy.
Why?
It is still tyrannical if you get the majority of people in like the state of California to vote for that policy.
Out of curiosity, why do you think slavery is immoral?
Because it deprives people of it. It's involuntary.
Wait. The slaves could just kill themselves.
You're forcing people into labor, and a lot of people.
You're forcing people into labor? No, you're not. They could just kill themselves. Sure. No, they could just kill themselves. You can't stop a person from committing suicide. It just takes one late night and a utensil.
Yeah, but you're forcing people into
No, you're not. You're giving them a choice. You can kill yourself or you can work. That's perfectly voluntary. They have a choice. Have you never read of the Stoicists? You could just open up your wrist.
That's the same argument that if you put a gun to somebody's head, they can choose to take the bullet.
Yeah, totally.
But that's not the same thing. If your options are literally die.
Oh, wait. So dying is the threshold for coercion, but not poverty.
Again, you can choose to try to live in poverty. You can choose to stay on the farm, like a lot of people.
Yeah, you can choose to kill yourself as a slave.
and that might lead to somebody dying like prematurely based on, they would earn more money in the factory, they would have been able to feed themselves better or whatever. But that's not the same thing as literally you can kill yourself or you can kill
why
your
not?
baby.
Wait, why not? Yeah.
Being born into this. Like
just don't have kids.
You're being owned. I mean, like it's not really a choice if you're enslaved.
Wait, yes it is. You can get an abortion if you're enslaved. Just smash your pregnant belly against a rock and you can kill yourself. Why not? Yeah, they have the right.
Again, so your argument.
Do you understand how your philosophy here is tripping up a little bit?
It's not tripping up at all. You're depriving people of their bodily autonomy, and you're saying their only option is to kill themselves because you're forcing them to work for no pay.
So is the pay the relevant point here?
You're using your force to supersede their rights. Like,
wait. So you're against any implementation of force over people's rights? Do you have a problem with law?
Did I say that?
Well, that is what you just implied.
We're talking about slavery, which is an extreme example, which is why you're using it. So I understand that you like to be very intellectually dishonest, but
wait. I'm asking you, why can't they just kill themselves?
You could kill yourself in that situation.
So yeah, it's voluntary. Their choice to work is voluntary. If they don't want to work for no pay, they can kill themselves.
Slavery is voluntary, according to you.
Well, according to you, I'm asking you what the philosophical difference is.
If you hold somebody, if you kidnap somebody, right? And you forcibly abduct them and then you hold them prisoner, then sure, they can kill themselves, right? But saying that if they don't kill themselves, therefore you didn't kidnap them is absurd.
Well, it would have nothing to do with them kidnapping you. It would be whether or not they're making the choice to like live as your sex slave in the basement or whatever. So they could live as your sex slave in your basement, or they could kill themselves. What's involuntary about that?
This is not analogous to choosing one job over another job.
Wait, we're not talking about choosing one job over another job. The choice is poverty or selling your labor to a capitalist for the vast majority of Americans. So I ask you, fundamentally, how do you philosophically distinguish between, oh, you could just choose to live in poverty, or, oh, you could just choose to kill yourself?
Well, again, you can work and be in poverty, and like you can take a low paid job.
Oh, wait, that makes it better? You can work and be in poverty? Oh my God, what choices we get in this capitalist system?
Among your least bad options, it's not the same thing as being captured and forced into slavery and having the force of government approve of that.
Wait, you're not wait. A lot of slaves are just born into it. You're born into a system where you can choose to die or choose to work for no pay. What's the difference?
Or as somebody's property.
What's the difference?
Where's the choice in that?
You can kill yourself. I mean, wait, to be fair, you could work and then die in the working conditions. Well, you could you could work and you could live in poverty too. That's also an option. This is philosophically untenable. The only way out for you would be to say, I recognize that there is a level of coercion which is implicit to living in a modern society, but I accept this level of coercion, even though it impedes people's freedoms. But then I would argue we could get rid of that level of coercion with some social changes, and here are the ways we can do it.
But you're advocating for more coercion.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, you are. You're
okay, wait. Out of curiosity,
rights, which is an extension of their bodily autonomy.
Getting rid of slavery, is that increasing the amount of coercion in America?
It's decreasing the amount of coercion.
You realize those slave owners were never compensated for their losses. Many of them were killed.
Actually, a lot of them were.
Many of them weren't. But wait, do you think they should have been?
Yeah, if you lived in a society where slavery was the norm, to make a better transition, like I would, look, I'm not alive back then, but looking back with like Captain Hindsight, you could have used eminent domain, theoretically, obviously.
Interesting. So you're okay with the government seizing private property as long as the owners are compensated?
Theoretically, you could have used eminent domain to avert the Civil War.
Wait, you think they could have eminent domained the South? Wait, I'm sorry. That was the dumbest thing. Wait, you realize the South is it was like its own country, right? Like it was, you can't eminent domain a country.
Okay, I'm not talking about the landmass. Again, try to follow along.
You're talking about millions of slaves.
This is a theoretical exercise. Like you had the Fifth Amendment, and theoretically, if my choice was fight the Civil War or end slavery, without a civil war, then theoretically, with hindsight, you could have used the eminent domain clause in the Fifth Amendment.
Why would they have gone along with that? All it
Well,
took
you
was
have-
the threat of the illegalization of slavery for them to secede. Why would they not just do
Did
that?
I not start this off by saying that it's not like it wouldn't have worked in practice?
Oh,
I
I'm
just said-
sorry. Okay, my apologies. I've never argued about World War II and then said, well, like theoretically, they could have just like paid off Hitler 500 marks and then he would have fucked off and
No,
then
but
World
that's
War
not
II
the
never would
same
have happened.
thing. That's not something built into the Constitution.
Sending Hitler 500 marks would have been totally legal back then.
It's not the same thing. Like, what are you sending him the marks for? So that he doesn't.
Yeah, so he fucks off, so he stops genociding people. I don't know. So he can stop.
They actually did try appeasement, which is, similar to sending him money. You're giving him the first couple of countries that he conquered.
Yeah, it didn't work too good.
It didn't prevent World War II.
Yeah, it didn't work too good.
But if you were in a system like that and you're heavily invested in that, I wouldn't mind at the time giving money to the people who were enslaved to compensate them for their labor, or giving people who own slaves who are in that system money to compensate them for what they perceive as a loss of their private property. Because at the time,
so wait, why should they be compensated?
Because they are taking out a loss, and you're just trying to prevent a civil war at that point. As a pragmatic solution, then yeah.
But why free the slaves at all?
Because it's immoral. You're holding people as
Why is it immoral?
Property. Because you're holding people as private property.
So that's it? What if they hadn't been there as private property, but instead they'd just been kept in a fence? And had been shot anytime they tried to leave the fence, but they're still technically free citizens.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay, wait. So, wait, I'm sorry, really quickly. So there's no functional difference between being private property of another and being put in a position where you can't escape a system where you have to force yourself to provide labor for another.
Literally escaping versus, again, you voluntarily taking a job at a place.
Okay, so wait, it's the proximity that matters? What if there's no fence, but you have to come back or you die?
The reason I said it's the same thing is because you're talking about the analogy that you're using would be the same thing. It's like if you leave this property, this happened under slavery, then you're considered a fugitive slave and you could be captured or killed.
Okay, and so they could just kill themselves. Yeah, death is an option. Why don't they just not leave?
Again, it's if your
you can't. You can't do it. There's no philosophical distinction that allows you to draw this arbitrary line. Why can't you just accept that it probably sucks for the vast majority of people in this country to be put in a position where they have to submit themselves to an autocratic economic system? Why can't we just say that? Why can't you just? This would be so much easier if you just accept the factual reality that coercion influences voluntary decision making.
Any factual reality. There's a difference between a violation of your
right. Okay, I can't.
Your rights to private property and your rights to bodily autonomy. You working for a place instead of living in poverty violates none of those rights. Somebody saying that they will kill you is a violation of your right to life, or it's a violation of your right to bodily autonomy. And you
wait, we're arguing what's moral, not what's legal.
And you being killed for disobeying those orders is a violation of your right to life.
We're arguing what's moral, not what's legal.
Inherently has to infringe on other people's rights.
I just said we're arguing what's moral, not what's legal.
I'm making a moral point.
You're making a legal. When we say the right to life, we're referring to a legal document.
That's a moral principle.
Yeah, that is inscribed in a legal document.
That's a moral principle, though. It's not
inscribed.
In fact,
people
debate how long or how far the right to life extends. That's what life pro-choice debate is.
Didn't we have a third topic we were also going to discuss?
I thought we were still on the first topic.
Well, the first topic was crime, and I think we had a lot of fun. And now we're on forced worker co-ops, and I think we also had puberty blockers.
Okay. Do you want to move on to that one?
Yeah, maybe.
All your points by moving on.
Yeah, if that's what concession means, to walk away from a dumpster truck fire, then yeah, we can move on to the next one.
I'm not throwing out all these insults, even though you're not delineating between slavery and our current system. Which I
did delineate. I argued that they're different thresholds for the same fundamental type of immorality, and that as people who value freedom, it should be our goal to maximize freedom for individuals.
Your system is more analogous to slavery because you have to subjugate people's rights in order to...
Wait, whose rights?
Anybody's rights.
Whose rights? How?
If you can't form your own business in the way that you would want, your rights are being violated.
Right now you can't make a slave state if you want. That's impeding on people's rights.
Infringing on other people's rights.
Right, you can't. It's circular with you. I actually can't believe it. You actually can't. Hey, my dude. Even if you don't agree with my moral principles, you actually can't even follow the arguments that I make.
It's not circular. Yes, I muted him. It's not circular because
did you just
you're violating. if you create a system that necessitates the violation of somebody else's rights, then what you call it? If you create a system that necessitates the violation of somebody else's rights, then that cannot exist without a violation. Like, I don't know how much more clear I can make this.
Did you?
Yeah, I muted you because you tried to talk over me.
Yeah, because you interrupted me. You realized I was speaking, and then you tried to speak over me, right?
Like, come on.
You tried to speak over me there. It's okay. Okay, I'll speak quieter so your meek voice can get over mine, okay? Wait, why are you interrupting me right now, my dude? You didn't even let me finish me explaining that you were the one who interrupted me. You okay?
You've been interrupting me this whole time.
Okay.
A slave-based system is inherently in conflict with the rights of the people who would be enslaved. A voluntary capitalist system does not necessitate the violation of individual rights. A co-op system where you force people to give up.
You literally, it's just dogma to you. You're actually like an NPC. You have an internalized single argument. It's not even that you disagree with me. It's that you actually can't follow my argument. Whoa, are you interrupting me? Are you trying to speak over me?
You can't counter my point. I already made the point that like you've been interrupting me this whole time.
We have to move on to the next point, my dude. We can't
okay to interrupt.
We have to move on to the next point.
Somebody said, "Don't interrupt the great Vosh." Somewhere in there.
Damn. See, well, if you respected democracy, you'd listen to your chat.
Just recycle those right-wing insults that you think people just use and throw them back at me. It's good.
But the problem is, like, I actually don't think we've moved forward in this conversation at all. But that's okay. We can move to the next one. Can we move to the next one?
If you want to move to the next one, it's fine.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. I'm taking a breath. We're chilling. We're chilling right now. Okay. How you doing?
I'm fine.
All right, I'm cool too.
So do you want to just make your case and then I'll tell you what I believe, or do you want to do it the other way around?
Oh no, you can go for it. What's your issue with puberty blockers?
I don't think that you should give puberty blockers to underage children. There's not a lot of data to support that they are safe for the gender transition. Obviously, they are something that existed for children who go into puberty early. That's what they're designed to do. Their treatment. But the negative consequences of somebody trying to detransition if they, make the choice, or if they say that they are transgender at a young age and they end up growing out of it, far supersedes the benefit from doing puberty blockers, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, so my argument would be everything that you just said is factually wrong. The data seems to suggest that puberty blockers are widely appreciated by young trans people, that medical experts seem to be very good at determining which people actually are subject to gender dysphoria and which people aren't, and that the vast, vast, vast majority of people who transition do not end up regretting their choice. And that's the reason why the plurality of scientific organizations recommend the use of puberty blockers for young people.
All right, well, do you have any data to back that up?
Yes, I do. Here you go. So here's a fairly comprehensive study on the impacts of puberty blockers, the pediatric study from the AAP News and Journal Gateway, which talks about the effect of puberty suppression during youth. I can find some more data if you'll give me a second. I was just quickly typing that one up.
So you're talking about the one with 55 people in the sample that not only started on puberty blockers, but they went through the entire gender transition. And then when they were surveyed when they were older, they said that they didn't regret it. Like 55 people.
Yeah. Do you have any larger sample size that you'd like to use to provide the counter argument?
If you have a larger sample size. And for that study, if I have this correct, they interviewed the people 3 times before they were participants in the study, and they were on puberty blockers for about a year. And then they started hormonal transition, and then they went with the full surgery, correct?
Yes, I believe so. For the majority of these, I think a few of them didn't go forward with a surgery, but they all transitioned.
Well, they went through with some form of surgery. If I'm just going off the study. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I remember when I was looking into it. But so do you think? And I believe it was 22 male to females. And correct me if I have this one backwards, because I'll flip it. 22 male to females and 33 female to males. Was that the number, or was it the other way around?
I'm pretty sure it was 22 trans women and 33 trans men.
That would be male to female. So 22 trans women, male to female, 33
yes.
female. All right. So you think we should extrapolate policy off of a study with a 55-person sample size?
Wait, no. That's just one study I quickly Googled in the interim between us talking. Do you have any data that contradicts what I've provided?
Well, I know that the NHS, I believe it's called the GID study. They did a 10-year, a long-term thing. and they actually ended up recommending puberty blockers, which might sound good, but they recommended puberty blockers while suppressing some of the data about the increase in suicide rates increase in suicidal thoughts. And this was a much larger sample size. This wasn't, and they tracked this during the course of it. They didn't survey the people after the fact, like after they grew up and decided that they were transgender.
Okay, so could I see that study or any data on this or like a news article?
Let me find it.
Because all the evidence that I've seen indicates that a gender transition leads to a much lower level of suicidality.
We're not talking about gender transition overall. We're talking about specifically puberty blockers on underage kids. Like, I don't care if people gender transition. If it's good or bad for you, I don't really care if people gender transition. If people want to change their body however they want because they think it will make them happier, then I don't care.
So what if it's possible that the reason why suicidality increased is because gender dysphoria, once you recognize you have it, leads to a higher level of suicidality, and that even though there was a higher rate compared to the average population against the compared population of other people who experience gender dysphoria, the rate was actually lower.
I'm sorry, say that again. I was looking up the study. Just
So
one more time.
what if the explanation for the increased rate of suicidality amongst the people who, the children who take their puberty blockers is because, in large part, once they recognize they have gender dysphoria, that tends to correlate with an increased level of suicidality, but they were being compared to the broader population, not to other transgender people of similar ages.
I believe they were being compared to the control group in this. Like
Of transgender people or of...
transgender kids that were not given puberty blockers versus ones that were given puberty blockers. Again, we're talking about kids. But like, so it's a very specific thing. I got to pull it up. I know it's kids, but and I know they actually use this to recommend puberty blockers. They lowered the age, but it came out after that that somebody in there was they were kind of missing reporting dates. And one of the things that they missed reporting dates on were the the increase in suicidal thoughts, which is not suicide rate, by the way. And
right.
You know, like depression medication has the chance of increasing suicidal thoughts, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going, you know, we throw out depression medication. But here we go. I got you. Do you want me to screen share it, or do you want me to?
No, just link it in chat. I can go over it very quickly.
I can flip it to you in Discord if you want.
Sure, that works too.
So this is an article. I have to find the study. I'm sure it's behind a paywall or something. But hopefully it's a reputable thing. I'm going to just send it to you on Discord.
Okay.
Because it will get lost in the chat.
Gotcha. I think my chat has found it as well.
You're on your own thing, correct?
Oh. I am on my own thing, yes.
So this was like a little bit of a scandal recently. They
Christian.org.uk.
I'm sorry,
right.
That's the wrong one. There was a BBC article. I apologize for using that one.
No worries.
Like I had it before. Again, I was reading this a month ago when we first started chatting. So I apologize for using a Christian source, even if the data might be sound in it.
That's okay. No, the data could be sound in the Christian source. Just never know. I got a lot of wacky ideas about trans people.
But I would rather avoid a religious source that's has a bias just overall against this. Oh, here we go. I'll send you the BBC one. I'm sure it was linked in that one, but I'm like trying to be a Google ninja. Obviously, you're better at randomly Googling things and throwing them out there in the middle of the debate.
I have a lot of practice. Okay, let me see.
Oh yeah, I sent you the BBC News one where they're investigating the study.
Transgender treatment, puberty blocking study under investigation. The only NHS youth gender clinic. I think I've heard a lot of bad things about this NHS youth gender clinic. Lowered the age, which children as young as 11 now being offered these hormone blocking drugs. Question, on treatment often puberty blockers. 16. Access drugs, a life-changing step. Previous research had suggested all young people who took the blockers went on to take cross-sex hormones, the next stage towards fully transitioning to the opposite gender, but patients and parents were not told this in the information sheet. Attracted criticism. Let's see. All right. Preliminary data of 30 of the 44 young people in the study. Oh, that's interesting. You were impugning me for a study that had 55 people. But
the reason I'm bringing this up is not because the sample size is amazing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because this is the study that the UK use as a justification to lower the age for puberty blockers. And they have all these reporting issues that they were obscuring in the study.
Gotcha. They see flaws in how this is set up. Without any kind of like longitudinal analysis, we have no idea We have
Right.
no idea why. So wait, it showed that after a year on puberty blockers, there was a significant increase in those found to answer the statement, "I deliberately try or hurt or kill myself."
Oh, so it was an attempt. Sorry.
Right, but the issue is that could be because they're getting older and hitting the teen years. That could be because their gender dysphoria is influencing their mental well-being. And it doesn't seem like this is being compared to other transgender people. It's being compared to
I believe it
themselves.
is. I believe it was being, the study is about these people that were on it, but I believe it is being compared overall because that's the whole point of the policy is you're trying to figure out if this will lower suicide rates among teens. So my position is you can transition all you want, but I think that giving puberty blockers to children, it's unproven for this purpose.
For what purpose?
For transition. Obviously, if you start puberty when you're 8, that's what puberty blockers are designed for. What we're talking about is an off-label usage. And there are plenty of things that we limit children from being able to do. And I think hormonally altering their body's natural function.
Because of how flaws and how the study was set up, it is not possible to infer cause and effect or even say whether rates of suicidal thoughts are higher or lower in this group than in children with gender dysphoria who don't take puberty blockers. So this very article says it is literally impossible to extrapolate any causative data from the information provided.
But that's my point. But they used that study despite the fact that they weren't reporting the data, and it says in it you can't extrapolate anything from it to lower the age to, I believe, 11.
Well, wait. The data that I just said had nothing to do with the data that they would have used. This is just saying they suppressed a bit of data on the suicidality of the people who take. Wait. This is saying is they suppressed a certain piece of data. This doesn't mean the broader data that they used is inaccurate. It just means this specific chunk of data was excised from reports. But even that part that was excised doesn't actually provide any causative evidence. So I don't see anything here that would indicate that puberty blockers can't be ethically used on people as young as 11.
But again, you have a study of 40 people that causes the change in the entire country, and you have reporting issues with that study, and specifically around the suicide rates of these kids in the study.
Wait, do you think this study is the only thing that that justifies puberty blockers being given to young people?
They recommended, based on the obscure data presented, them lowering the age of this for kids. And I wouldn't what you call it. Like, I don't think it's a. Excuse me, I'm starting to burp up.
No problem.
But I wouldn't. First of all, I'm not in favor of giving kids as young as 11 puberty blockers. I think if they want to transition, there's a later age that would be more successful.
Well, why not?
Because they're altering their hormonal system, and if they decide to go in the other direction, it creates a lot of problems.
Wait, how?
Because what puberty blockers do, at least for males, is that they atrophy the testicles of males to prevent them from initiating puberty.
There has been some very slight evidence that it might lead to a very slight decrease sometimes in penile size, but I think even that is inconclusive.
Well, that ends up hurting you if you want to get that surgery, the bottom surgery, correct? Because you need more material to work with in order to do that.
Yeah, but even that is an edge case, and trans people still seem to prefer puberty blockers to...
Well, what do you mean they prefer that?
Because the vast majority of transgender people who did not take puberty blockers have said that they wish they could have taken puberty blockers to have avoided going through a puberty they didn't want to go through.
What's that based on?
Sure. Hold on. I think I have this in another document that I have. I think it was something like 75% said they agree, which is a pretty overwhelming amount considering these are people who haven't actually gone through a procedure that they're not familiar with the specifics of. I'd be willing to bet the majority of people who...
If you ask people after the fact, if you ask people after the fact that are adults who identify as transgender, and you say, hey, would you have preferred if some of your male characteristics were nerfed, looking back, knowing that you are living this lifestyle now, then I'm sure that number would be obscured. But I'm curious what your sourcing is on that.
Yeah, well, let me try and find it. Hold on. I know I have this somewhere here. Yeah, but that's a pretty large number of people, considering people that are going to have a bias towards the way they turned out.
But they are people who've gone through the procedure. They're not people who, like, at one point in their lives may have thought that they were, gender confused. I think is the one below gender dysphoria.
Yeah, but if you don't transition, then it doesn't matter if you don't have a tiny bit more penile skin to... No,
but I'm talking about people that you would be putting on puberty blockers and, like, delaying the way that their body... Like, there are negative consequences of this. Like, the whole point is some of the consequences that are negative if you decide not to transition fully later because those would be positive consequences if you decided to transition later.
But I think
Like,
the majority of people who go on puberty blockers then end up transitioning.
is this what maybe this is old that you sent in the private chat?
Yeah, that was the data that I provided you.
Is that old or the
That one's
PDF?
from 2014.
No, I'm saying, is that the first thing that we were talking about?
That was the first thing that we were talking
Yeah,
about.
okay. I already have that.
Yeah.
But again, you're like, the downside of not using puberty blockers is significantly higher, and and then transitioning later is significantly lower than the downside of using puberty blockers and deciding you want to go back the other way, or using puberty blockers as a prelude to what you go out to.
Wait, that's not true. Trans people, especially trans women who undergo like male puberty, will literally spend the rest of their life fighting against like an androgen sensitivity that they got from their male puberty. Like it's a huge like thing for them to overcome. That this is like a lifetime problem that they have to struggle with, as opposed to like maybe some people go on puberty blockers and then maybe afterwards they don't like it, and then maybe they have slightly less bone density or penile mass.
But your bone density, that does matter.
Yeah, but it's a small amount, and it's for a small number of people.
You're comparing, and again, it's a lot of these times it's not children making informed choices. Like, I don't know how
you're jumping from point to point again. So if we're arguing about whether or not the outcomes of transitioning without puberty blockers versus taking puberty blockers without transitioning is, then that has nothing to do with like the decision making of the children.
Of course, we're talking about informed consent, because if you have informed consent and you do something, even if it's damaging to you, then that's fine, because at least you have informed consent about it. If you consent to a heart surgery as an adult, right, and it backfires and you end up worse off than when you came in there, at least you gave an informed consent as an adult. We're talking about children.
You can consent to a heart surgery as a child, though.
I mean, but it would be if you needed the heart surgery.
Like, yeah, and if you need the puberty blockers, yeah.
This isn't a, like, my heart's going to stop working versus my heart's not going to stop working situation.
But the doctors often like provide treatment for children that involves a change to their bodies. That's a thing that happens pretty often. It can happen after accidents with regard to amputations. It can happen even in non-lethal circumstances. Sometimes there are even plastic surgeries that are done on children with the children, like the consent of the child.
Oh, and the parents, but you're not talking. Who is okay? Sorry, somebody's popping something in the chat that's a little crazy. It caught my eye, but there's a difference between you're trying to address something that is physically wrong with them, that will lead to death or serious medical problems down the line, and you're trying to promote a procedure that you're trying to make them feel better about themselves. Like, you're trying to alleviate,
which could lead to them killing themselves less often down the line. Yeah, I'd say you're saving their life either way.
But you could have people socially transition when they're a kid if, like, you want them to be recognized as, a female rather than medically alter their body.
Yeah, but medically altering their body is a way to prevent them from experiencing the puberty that is going to end up hamstringing their body.
Have you that thing in the chat that says that, the whatever survey about transgender people that wanted puberty blockers or something retroactively, they would have preferred to have it?
I wasn't able to find that data. I know that I had it somewhere here, but I guess I can look it up after and send it to you.
I'm sure your chat will send it to you, because I did see a study on that, but it doesn't produce the same like outcomes.
What outcomes differ from my?
Well, it's a survey, and I think this might be what you're referencing, a survey of about 20,000 transgender people, like, after the fact. Again, these are people who went through the transition, and it's pretty impressive on its surface. It's like 20,600 people. But then only 16.9% of them wanted to even have, or would have said that they ever wanted puberty blockers, and only 2.5% of them ever had it.
So wait, in a study of tens of thousands of trans people, only a minority, like a small minority, said they would be interested in puberty blockers?
Yeah, 16% said that they were interested at the time, and only 2% had access to it.
Wait, interested at the time? What if they weren't interested because they didn't have access to it?
Well, that was the question, is whether they were interested. So they have people who were interested and didn't have access to it.
Can I see that data?
All right. Let me find the abstract, because I'm kind of going off of memory. But yeah, my point was that in this study that they did, it's like 20,000 people, but in reality, if you do the math on the percentages, it's about 87 people.
87 out of 20,000 transition trans people said they would have. That they had it?
Had puberty blockers.
Wait, but we're not arguing over how many of them had it. We're arguing over how popular it is amongst trans people.
Well, it was 16.9 that said that they wanted it. So this is a reference to it. I sent it in the Discord.
All right. A reference to it.
So again, it's like you're surveying people, of course, who are already transitioned, though. Like
puberty blockers reduce suicidal ideations amongst transgender teens. Interesting. That seems to contradict whatever evidence like you were trying to suggest with the previous thing.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that it wouldn't. I didn't say anything about the suicide rate. What I said is that you're doing permanent damage to people's bodies who are underage that you don't need to necessarily do. And again, it says that their suicidality was reduced, but just do the math on that one, and you end up with like 87 people out of this 20,000 survey. So I see this a lot with the transgender.
Wait. Okay. Just because a minority of the surveyed number of people took puberty blockers doesn't mean the fact that those who did had lowered levels of suicidality is irrelevant.
87 people.
You are conflating. Wait, 2.5% of 20,000 people? Oh no, it had access to.
Of 16.9%.
Of 16 point. No, not 2.5% of 16.9%. It's not multiplicative.
It's two.
This is utterly irrelevant to the data that puberty blockers lower suicidality.
That they surveyed, correct?
I'm sorry?
20,000 people that they surveyed, correct?
I'm trying to look through it. This isn't even an abstract. It's like a medical news journal.
There's a link in there. I couldn't find the abstract. I was just pulling it up. Again, it's from memory. But so you had 20,600 people surveyed. About 16.9% of them said that they were even interested. So already you've lopped off a huge majority of your group right there, right?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to whatever proportion of people who did take those hormone blockers felt about that.
Yeah, but it's the proportion of people who wanted it that took it.
Yeah, and it helped them.
But it's an insanely small sample size.
Wait, then that's a different argument. What does that mean?
My point is that there's not the data. Every time I delve into the data on
you don't have any data on this. You're just saying like existing data, it doesn't have a large enough sample size.
Every time I delve into the data on puberty blockers in children, I find out that there's like no people being surveyed.
Okay, 2.5% of the sampled number received puberty suppression. So that is at minimum 500 people, which is a statistically significant number of people to pull for any amount. Those who received that treatment did, compared to those who wanted pubertal suppression but did not receive it, have lower odds of lifetime suicidal ideation.
Again, your server, send me what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, this
please.
is the actual article. It says it right here. So it was hundreds of people who actually took those puberty blockers, and of them, there was a statistically significant decrease in the suicidality of those who did.
Let me pop this up. Dun, dun. 16, 19. You keep talking. I'm just going over this right quick.
Oh, it's okay. There's plenty for me to read as well.
2%. Is there a table in here so I could see what they're taking the 2% out of, and if it's the overall number?
Why would they say 2.5% do blank, but they're referring to 2.5% of a previous percentage point that they refer to in a different sentence? That's like nobody would ever do that in an abstract.
Yeah, but you're comparing. What you're trying to compare is people who have the puberty blockers versus people who want it.
Even if it was 2.5% of 16.9%, that would still be just under 100 people.
Yeah. That's just what I'm asking.
But it's not though. No, they would never do that. Like here's the sentence, like just included for all who are interested. The full sentence is this the article that I just linked? Here.
Boss, you should bait Ryan Dawson. I don't know who that is.
Some weirdo who's like super obsessed with Israel, but I don't like Israel either, so I don't even know what the fuck he wants to debate about. Yeah,
wow. I've seen that. I've seen the video.
So even if I mean, I don't know. Like, is this so we can like
we don't have to get bogged down.
Yeah, we can. Okay, so we can actually. I'm willing to because actually now that I'm reading this, it's a little bit more abstract the way the sentence is written. I actually can't tell either. Now that I'm rereading it, even if we're referring to a percentage of a percentage, this is still just under 100 people for which a statistically significant difference was observed. The issue that I'm finding here is like I agree more research needs to be done on the subject, but there doesn't seem to be any research indicating that it hurts to engage in the youth access to puberty suppression.
Well, it does, because if you decide to go in the other direction, then you have to deal with decreased bone density. You have to deal with issues with having your genitals atrophy over
But the
a few
vast
years.
majority of people who go on it then end up transitioning.
Well, a lot of these studies are only studying people who will end up transitioning. And
Yeah, but they don't know that when they first start taking puberty blockers.
but we're talking about broad usage. The difference between somebody very narrowly trying to control who goes into their study to make sure that they don't mess up anybody's lives.
No. If you're studying people who take puberty suppressors, you would also have people in there who end up not transitioning at the end.
But so the first study that you put forward, the 22 to 33, total 55, all of them transitioned.
Yeah, because people who take puberty blockers transition, like, overwhelmingly.
But what we're trying to compare is the people who don't transition to the people who do, and if there's any negative impacts on the people who don't.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence to suggest it's harmful.
But you've already put forward that if you go back, you have decreased bone density. You have, like, what do you mean? I don't have any evidence.
Yeah, because the plurality of the evidence seems to indicate the majority of people who go on puberty blockers transition.
These are the side effects of it. If you don't, I think there's more long-term damage than.
Okay, so let's argue. Like, what if 95% of people who go on puberty blockers end up transitioning? Would the 5% who do not end up meaning like it's not worth it to you?
Well, it depends on what the downside is of not transitioning. It depends on what the downside is of transitioning without puberty blockers versus going back after it. You understand?
Well, right, yeah, I understand. Just right now, like, the medical consensus seems to be pretty clearly in favor of puberty blockers.
It's based on very small sample sizes, and a
it's
lot of
not.
these are not comparative analyses.
No, yes they are, because they were comparing
in terms of suicide rates among transgender people, or surveys among.
Why would we compare them to the general population?
We would compare them to people who took these drugs and then decided they wanted to go back in the other direction. That's the whole argument.
Yeah, but there are very few people like that.
But it doesn't matter if there's significant damage to those people, because what we're doing essentially is experimenting.
Do you have evidence for that damage?
You brought it up, decreased bone density.
Yeah, but these are accepted medical risks that are part of the consensus on medical information, like the consensus on medical data right now, which is that it is beneficial to provide children access to puberty blockers, given enough time to decide, like, therapeutically whether or not it's something they really want. You're making the claim against the medical plurality here.
First of all, it's a relatively new consensus, and if you're building a consensus for the nation, like a nation like the UK, based on a study of 43 people or whatever it is, then I'm not considering that valid, because I'm not considering that to be a good thing to build a consensus off of, because you're making rules for a large portion of children based on a very small sample size. Like, I want to, what you should be.
You're making the claim against the establishment here. The burden of proof is on you.
No, the burden of proof is on you. You're the one who's advocating for this new change in policy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm advocating for a policy that exists right now and is being practiced in basically every country in the Western world. I'm advocating for sticking with the scientific plurality on the subject. If you take issue with that, you're going to have to provide some pretty substantial data.
They just lowered the age in the UK. It was like 2018. They lowered it to 12.
I'm not in the UK. I would have to look at the data for that.
In different states there is a variation on the age.
So I have to wonder what the point of puberty suppressants at 16 is, considering the fact that most people will already be well into puberty by that age.
I mean, you could switch it off to, you can go hormones on there. I don't think that this is necessarily a solid treatment idea for children that are 12.
Well, but why?
Kids, you wouldn't let a 12-year-old decide anything about their body.
Wait. Yes, we do. Yes, children consent to life-saving medical procedures, the children consent to. If a child has a deformity that they want to be corrected for social purposes, they don't just strap the child to a chair screaming. The kid has to consent to it.
If you're a child, you can't make it. First of all, they knock you out for procedures. Come on. They don't send children, if you're a child, you can't make a doctor's appointment without the consent of your parents.
That's it. Yes, but the child's consent is a factor in determining whether or not this takes place. Same with transitioning medically. Do you think the kid? Do you think for puberty blockers the kid is just I think I'm a girl, and then they just run him over to the
I'm
gender clinic?
I'm sure they go through like whatever, they see a counselor and all
Yeah,
that jazz.
years. Yeah, a really long time of incredibly like it's strenuous and
For
in
these
some cases
studies,
intrusive
they
medical
have a bunch of
therapy.
For these studies, they have a bunch of interviews for sure. But again, we're talking about narrow studies trying to determine whether or not this is a sufficient treatment. We're not.
Okay, yeah, but they're not the narrow studies. I don't know. We don't even know what data was contained in the study that was used to justify that one gender clinic lowering its age. Why do you think puberty blockers are an accepted part of the medical practices of so many countries?
To lower its age, not one gender clinic. Like the one gender clinic did the study, but it was a recommendation.
Okay, and if it was a bad study, we should criticize it, debunk the information within it, and then publish a better study that more accurately represents the scientific majority.
I think you shouldn't start medical transition until the child is older. Like I'm not going to say 18, but
why?
I think 16. Because you wouldn't serve a kid alcohol, correct?
Well, it has nothing to do. Wait. I'm sorry. Can you think of a difference between a procedure that will set you on course for good mental health for the rest of your life and a kid drinking alcohol?
If you are legitimately if you are legitimately gender dysphoric, for sure.
Yeah, that's what you do, but you don't know whether you're gender dysphoric often at the age of 10 or 11. So you wait a year or two on puberty blockers to see if those...
If you don't know when you're 10 or 11, why would you start treatment for it?
Puberty blockers aren't treatment for gender transition. They're just delaying the puberty that you already would have had.
But it's part of a treatment path that you're proposing. Of course they're treatment.
Yeah, it's part of a treatment path in the same way that like drinking like a healthy liquid is a treatment. Like it's part of the treatment path for a colonoscopy, but you wouldn't argue a kid shouldn't drink healthy liquids. Like
no, you're making a that's a complete. You're talking about
medical intervention in transgender adolescents appears to be safe and effective. This indicates that the threat with regards to bone density and other muted concerns is not really.
Sorry, what intervention? You can't just throw a vague word intervention. And
puberty blockers.
I'll check this out.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a difference between drink this before a colonoscopy and we're gonna delay the hormonal development of your body for years.
Usually it's for a year or two, and usually it's done with a significant degree of medical intervention, and usually it seems to pan out well for everyone involved. So,
hormonal interventions, puberty blockers. Yeah, this Google Ninja thing is not working out for me, if I'm being honest.
That's okay. I mean, I have a chat. Like I've gone over a lot of these studies before. I just didn't have them archived, so they're just throwing them back at me.
Yeah, I don't have any numbers. There's just like a summary on the page.
Yeah, I mean, it's a study. Do you think they're like lying?
I didn't say they're lying, but you can have a study that does not have, good data sets, or there could be a margin of error that kind of makes the study pointless. Like I don't have any numbers to look at.
So wait, so I just linked you like an abstract from researchers and you're going to deny the evidence?
Yeah, you linked it to me live on stream. I'm just saying, I'm like trying to go through it right now.
Okay, that's cool. I can wait. Yeah, I'm not in a rush.
Numbers,
Nobody can read immediately.
Well, I am trying to read it. It's not my point. So this is from the... but I just want to see like a chart, like how many people are in this,
A chart.
Like something, not a chart, but some breakdown of the numbers that we're talking about. Because if we're talking about 8 people, then,
okay, sure. So, to study the bone health of adolescents with gender identity disorder who receive
I don't
puberty.
need you to read it to me.
Oh, well, okay, then it's one of it's
okay,
it's like
73 girls.
Yeah.
Okay. Followed up with 127
53
people.
boys, 73 girls, so a statistically significant number, more than 100.
Are we talking about people who transitioned to boy? Did they all be? Number.
It doesn't matter. They took puberty blockers. We're testing to see whether or not puberty blockers hurts you.
Did they all receive hormones beginning at 16? It seems like what I'm seeing right
so,
here.
yeah, but they all took puberty blockers.
Prior to taking hormones. I'm talking about the kids that will...
Wait. If puberty blockers hurt your body, why wouldn't it also hurt people who transition?
I'm talking about the people who are trying to go back the other direction.
Wait, but there's no other direction. When you take puberty... Wait. Well, just so you know, when you take puberty blockers and then you get off puberty blockers, it's not like you're reverse Uno carding your way back to whatever gender you were initially. You just have puberty a year late.
Yeah, but how long... Like you act like there's no negative consequences of having. Oh my God!
I mean, that's what the study in front of me says.
No
yeah.
Negative consequences of having your puberty. This is an off-label usage basically for puberty blockers.
How is it off-label?
Because they weren't originally designed to do this. It's an off-label use.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Finding new ways to use existing medical technology is called off-use.
Off-label.
Okay, I will Google that because if that is the case, I will eat.
Yeah, finding like hydrochloroquine is a malaria drug. You know, the drug that everybody's talking
Hydrochloroquine
about.
has not been actually approved for use against COVID-19, whereas
I
puberty
understand.
blockers have been used for decades with great effectiveness and with much study.
But we use them for like if you're a kid and you start your puberty when you're 8, they'll put you on
Off-label
puberty
relating to the
blockers.
prescription of a drug for a condition other than that for which it has been officially approved, except that it has been officially approved for the use in gender dysphoric children, so it's not off-label.
Yeah, now recently, but it was an off-label thing prior to
That's
that.
how
So
medicine works, so it's not off-label anymore.
Whatever. I'm not going to get bogged down on this one. Like, it's originally designed for something else and it's being used for this.
Yeah, so like
relatively-
half of existing medicine originally had some other purpose. Yeah, so it's not off-label anymore. It's on-label. This is an on-label use of it.
Yeah, things are. Can we not get bogged down on this? This is really.
How's
like,
that
the
bogged
most-
down? You used that term and then you defended that term.
This is the most pointless.
You can just say,
argument.
I was wrong, let's move
No,
on. You don't have to pretend that being wrong is like a dalliance on my part.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Viagra was originally a blood pressure medication. That's true.
No, it was being tested as a blood pressure medication.
I'm pretty
that
sure. Yeah, and then it was initially approved for the use of something else, right?
No, it was in the testing phase. They figured out what it does, but it was originally for blood pressure. That makes
Right.
sense.
So yeah,
That's not the same thing as it being approved as a blood pressure medication and later being used as something off-label. If you understand what I mean. Again, this is not like something that's worth Googling. We're just having a
Isn't it?
conversation, but feel free to do your thing.
the Food and Drug Administration has approved Revatio, which is Viagra, for pulmonary arterial hypertension. So it seems like it was
so that's
approved.
So that's after the fact, because I'm saying it was originally designed, like they didn't make Viagra on purpose, right? Like they were doing a blood pressure test. That's what it was originally designed for. And then they figured out the side effect and that became the primary use for it. But you're saying after the fact, I didn't know that.
It looks like we're going to do that from now on, too. It looks like for right now, hormone blockers are probably going to be primarily used for gender dysphoric youth, and that their original use for treating endocrinial or thyroid-related disorders in cisgender children is probably going to become less common. Yeah, okay.
Its original use was that, and we're going over the studies for this new use. And if it's on label now, like at one point it was an off-label use. That's it. That's it. That's all we have to. That's all we have to
Yeah,
do.
sure. Okay, well, this study seems to indicate that puberty blockers really don't affect like bone density that
But all
much.
these people go through the transition
Why is that relevant for determining the medical
because
consequences
we're
of taking?
determining the risk for people who don't want to go through the transition.
Wait, so if hormone blockers lower your bone density, do you think the bone density goes back up if you transition? Like, why wouldn't it affect both trans and non-trans people?
if hormone blockers lower the bone density, do I think that it goes back up? Like, I don't want them. No, I want to know if those same bone density effects happen to kids that don't go through the full transition. Like, I'm assuming.
Why would it not?
I'm assuming for female to males that it's not that much of an issue because men have more bone density overall, right?
Why would it not
Testosterone in
also
themselves.
affect if puberty blockers negatively impacted bone density, we would see it manifest in people who then transition afterwards because there's nothing about the process of transition.
But trans females, God, this is so difficult to keep
Just
track of.
trans women or trans
females do
males?
have lower bone density on average. Is that not the case?
Trans women
Yeah, trans females
with or without puberty blockers.
with just regular estrogen. Does their bone density not decrease? Isn't that like they still have more bone density?
Wouldn't that be in your favor if that ended up decreasing their bone density?
I'm just asking.
Cells, when estrogen levels drop during menopause, let's see. Does estrogen affect bone density? Bone cells have kind of intercellular steroid receptors for estrogen. Osteoclasts and osteoporosis regulated by. With the estrogen deficiency, the osteoclasts live longer and are able to resorb more bone. Yeah, okay. So it seems like getting more estrogen decreases bone resorption. Would that increase the amount of bone?
I'm just asking.
Okay, my main issue is without any evidence that transitioning would end up leveling out the damage to bone density done by puberty blockers, evidence that it doesn't seem to be that much of an issue for those who use puberty blockers and then transition would be evidence that puberty blockers don't really hurt people who take them.
What?
That was a really good one. You really slid right by that one.
I actually didn't. I didn't hear it. I apologize. So you say. So let me try and figure out what you say. You tell me if I'm wrong, because I actually might have I seriously missed that, which is rude of me, and I apologize. I'm a terrible person. I denounce and reject myself for all the evils that I've committed. So you're saying since bone density decreases with estrogen, we're talking male to female, right?
Well, if you take estrogen, you probably is a male. It's a trans woman.
So you're saying that the bone density loss for people who go male to female, I'm just using this as an example, maybe true the other way, it doesn't matter. But for people who go male to female, you're going to lose bone density anyway based on the estrogen. So if it's not significant from the bone density that you lose from puberty blockers, like it's not a significant difference with or without, then it's not a big deal.
It doesn't seem like the puberty blockers negatively affect bone density over any meaningful period of time for people who take hormone blockers.
But these are people who, what are you comparing them to? Are you comparing them to the bone density of people normally, or the bone density of transgenders, which we've already established have a decreased bone density?
To themselves. They're being compared to themselves.
How can you compare yourself to an alternate universe where that didn't happen?
Because you're being compared to the average level of bone density.
That's what I just asked. Are you being compared to the general population or to transgender?
Yeah.
people?
So the trend of your bone density is being compared to the relative rate of bone density for people of your age group. It doesn't seem like hormone blockers meaningfully impact that.
Okay, I thought they're being compared to transgender people who transition without puberty blockers but take the hormones later, if you get what I mean.
So if you get rid of
the baseline is other trans people who already have decreased bone density.
Yes, so that way you isolate the puberty blockers as the factor that is being studied.
Okay. So again, that's not a comparison to the general overall population.
They're isolated the factor. That is how you compare it.
It's a comparison to, you just said this. Okay,
wait. We have transgender people. Ones who use puberty blockers and ones who do not. Wait. We have transgender people. One group uses puberty blockers. One group does not use puberty blockers. Both groups end up having the same amount of bone density. Therefore, that's trans males and trans females, even though taking testosterone for trans men would not decrease bone density. And in spite of that, there does not seem to be a statistically significant difference between either group, which would suggest, because we have isolated one of those characteristics, that puberty blockers are not responsible for lowering the bone density.
Okay, so your baseline group is transgender people who did not take puberty blockers. That's what I'm at. That's what I was asking. Yeah, so you're not comparing that to the general population.
Why would we? Then we would have two factors to account for.
In the effect of puberty blockers if you decide to go off of puberty blockers because you don't actually turn out to be, transgender, you're having that gender confusion, but it's not necessarily dysphoria. Do
you have any evidence that not transitioning but taking puberty blockers would have a different impact on the bone density of the average person?
That people who take puberty blockers have lower bone density.
No, I said the opposite. I said people who take estrogen.
You said that earlier.
No, I said estrogen.
That's one of the negative effects of puberty blockers. Sorry,
no, not according to this study. Estrogen is
one of the listed side effects of puberty blockers. Are you kidding me?
I just linked you. We've been spending the past 20 minutes going over a study.
Yeah, compared to a group that already has bone density issues, it's not that big of a deal.
Compared to the same group. You compare it to the same group. So you isolate the factor. This is literally how longitudinal analyses take place. If you want to test whether hormone blockers lower bone density in trans people, you test them against people who are trans but haven't taken hormone blockers. This is how you isolate the stat.
Again, my issue is the impact on people who take this and then they end up deciding,
why would that change the outcome if it's been shown puberty blockers don't change your bone density?
Okay, if there is no change, all right, let me get my 10,000 IQ hat on and explain this. If there's no change in terms of bone density, which is a negative side effect, between people who transition with or without puberty blockers, right? But there is a significant change between people who decide that they don't want to go through with the transition, then that is determinant of whether or not we should incorporate puberty blockers into people's transitions.
But there isn't.
If there's significant downside for you backing out of the future transition, and there's not significant downside of you going through with it, then one has a higher negative cost than the other.
I don't know how I can explain this any simpler than I already have.
I don't know how
You
I can
isolate the
explain it.
factor when you're trying to test for a variable.
Yes.
You isolate it by using like groups for your
Yes,
control
I understand that.
and your test. And in this case, we're using trans people. But since we are isolating the hormone blockers, the fact that hormone blockers will also be used on people who do not transition doesn't have any bearing on the impact of the hormone blockers in a controlled study.
That's cool. All right. So
Okay, I'm really sorry, but I think this belies just a statistical ignorance on your part that I can't overcome.
I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. I understand perfectly what you're saying. You compare the impacts of the transgenders that don't use puberty blockers versus the puberty blockers in order to isolate that variable. Correct. But I want to compare that group of people to another group of people, the people who take puberty blockers but decide not to transition. Do you understand?
Okay, so let me try to give you a counterexample.
In terms of the minimal difference in bone density between puberty blocker people who end up going on estrogen. But I want to compare that to the people who go on puberty blockers and then end up not transitioning to people in the general.
Why would a comparative study with an isolated hormone blocker variable amongst trans people not bear? I think this is actually incredible. What do you have a degree? You don't have to tell you which university, but do you have a degree?
I have 2 degrees.
Okay. Oh, that's really sad. Okay, listen. Sociology was my degree. Basic statistical inference was one of the things that I was taught. I had to do it so I could pass the tests and stuff. What I'm trying to explain to you is literally the simplest, basic presuppositional information you need to format studies.
I know you're looking for your own moment, but I assure you, I understand what you're saying.
No. I realized 5 minutes in this convo there would be no winners. Don't worry. I'm not looking for any moments here. But I do need you to understand. Listen, so this would be imagine if you're trying to determine the impact of lead. Oh, you're doing the fake yawn. That's a really good one, my dude.
I actually really yawned because I woke up for this because 2 p.m. is way too early for a YouTuber.
So this would be like you trying to say okay, we're going to determine whether or not Plinko energy bars lead to an increase in blood pressure between these 2 groups, okay? And you get 2 groups, all right? You get 2 groups of people, all right? And they both equal demographically. And you have a control group and a test. You test with the test group, and you find there's no difference in blood pressure. Welcome back. You find there's no difference in blood pressure between the 2 groups, okay? So people are like, okay, look, the Plinko energy bar doesn't affect blood pressure. And then you walk in and you say, okay, sure, but how does it fare on children? I can't help but notice that all the studies here are on adults. And then study takers would say, well, because we've isolated the variable, it's reasonable of us to assume that the outcomes are applicable to any other statistical group. And then they could say, because we have managed to do this and isolate the variable, we don't actually need to test on literally every demographic. Does that make any sense?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You checking out, dude. You're just like the triggered lefties that I get on sometimes. When you get upset, you check out. Are you okay? What's going on in your head right now? Are you thinking of better comebacks to some of the earlier conversational points we gone over?
2014 insult that you're throwing at me. Very good. I understand the tactic. It's impressive. It was impressive when I called it out in 2017 for the Young Turks doing it.
Do you have any final points
for when you're doing it? So anyway, my point was, I understand that in a comparison between people who take puberty blockers and then end up going on to transition, the bone density, according to the information that you presented me, which I'm not going to dispute right now because it doesn't matter, the difference in their bone density is negligible. It's within a margin of error. It's not that big of a deal, right? That's what you're saying. And you're comparing the puberty blockers who transition to the puberty blockers, to the non-puberty blockers who also transition. You're using transgender people as the baseline. 100% understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
Uh-huh.
What I would like information on, separately from what you're saying, but in no way in conflict with what you're saying, separate from the thing that I've established that I understand, is people who take puberty blockers and then don't transition. Okay.
If it's an isolated variable, why would it make a difference which population you're applying the question to?
I've almost made it. And I want to know what the comparison of their bone density is to people in the general population who never went through this.
If we isolated the
understand?
variable,
Do you understand?
do you understand what an isolated
understand?
variable is?
Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. It's a really good thing that if I wasn't a streamer, I would be a school teacher, because this legit feels like I'm talking to like a grade schooler. Do you understand what an isolated variable is?
Yes, I understand what an isolated variable is.
So if a variable is isolated in a study, you can then apply that isolated variable's outcome to other populations because you have isolated it. And since you have no evidence that taking hormone blockers but then not transitioning would lead to any difference in the bone density of any person, different from what we got in the statistical norms of the study that I have linked to you, you have no evidence that my information isn't valid.
The first side effect listed under puberty blockers is lower bone density.
Yeah, as a potential.
So
you realize when they list side effects, they list things that could conceivably harm you. But this study seems to show that it's not as big of an issue as people seem to think.
When you compare people who are already taking stuff that
I know. Okay, isolated is a what is it? Isolate. That's a 4-syllable word. I know, it's pretty tough. Do we have like any final points? We've been going on for 2 hours.
The listed side effects are what you got are literally lower bone density, delayed growth plate closure, and look, I'm Googling stuff too. I feel like an internet debater, like a real pro. I'm a Google ninja.
Wait, are you making fun of me for having more information than you in the subjects that you suggested and prepared for?
Googling the definition of words randomly during the middle of a conversation.
Wait, don't lie to me about the definition of words then.
I'm not lying to you about the definition of words. I was saying it was an off-label use. That if it's on label now, that's fine. Like, I don't understand what's
Can I call you like a 12-year-old because you were, but now you're like 30 or something? So that's fine. It's accurate to call you 12.
Is that the same thing?
Yes, because it's not off-label to use hormone blockers for transgender people.
The same thing as saying a drug was designed to do one thing, and now it has been discovered to be applicable to something new.
Yeah, so now they're both on label.
I'm not even disagreeing with your point right now. Like, that's the amazing thing, but you're just nitpicking this point. It was like there's a difference between something growing naturally over time, like a human person, and something being made for one purpose and being able to be repurposed for something else.
Yeah, like all medicine.
I don't understand that. I don't understand what is so difficult about that.
I know you don't. Do we have any final points?
So my point is that I want to know the impact, because people who are transgender already take stuff that negatively impacts their bone density. So whether or not that's still within their range, their normal range.
That would favor your argument, not mine. Because it would show that they would have a disproportionate decrease in their bone density. The fact that they didn't supports your argument even further.
Okay. Do you understand that? So you could take two things that, let's say this, that have a side effect of compounding your bone density.
Wait.
Well, hold on.
We have to put a lid on this. I'm so sorry.
I got you. You can take two things that have a negative side effect of compounding your bone density, right? But those two things could only decrease your bone density to a certain extent, and taken together do not necessarily increase the amount of bone density loss, even though each individual thing causes bone density loss, right?
Yeah, well, that would be a valid point if the variable wasn't isolated with a statistically significant number of people tested.
All right. I don't even know.
I don't know either, my dude.
This is like,
all right.
You do, in fact, lose bone density when you take puberty blockers, even for the normal original point, which was the only point I was trying to make, but it's all right.
Well, the data I linked you seems to suggest that isn't to a significant...
In people, yes, oh my God, this is like unreal. It's actually amazing.
Wait, yeah, so the data I linked you suggests otherwise?
I looked at your data of your whatever 170 something people, like the page anyway that you linked me, and it says that there is not, like, where does it say it? Bone health of adolescents, blah 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 blah, the puberty blockers. I forgot even where it says it. It doesn't matter.
Okay, can I read something?
Yeah, read it.
At the start of the GnRHA, that's gender hormone blocker treatment, all patients had normal bone mineral density. During that treatment, bone density gradually increased in the younger patients, but slightly decreased in the older ones. However, after the teens received cross-sex hormones, bone density caught up, similar to the increase that occurs naturally in puberty. All patients had normal or near normal bone mass for their age after cross-sex hormone therapy. So for their age. Remarkably, the highest bone mineral density was in the patients who had started hormonal intervention at an early puberty stage. That's interesting. Maybe taking it at a really early age can actually increase your bone density. These findings reaffirm that halting puberty in gender dysphoric adolescents is a responsible practice that will not harm bone health. If you can find some data that contradicts that, I'd love to go over. But in the meantime, this like you can't argue this.
Completely
Completely analogous to our point.
Whatever you just read for whatever sample size that you use, it's fine.
Statistically significant. More than 100 people is more than enough people to derive a statistically significant like extrapolation from this data.
If you say so.
I do, as a matter of fact.
It's fine.
I know it's fine. Yeah, I agree. Because I came here and I didn't, my position doesn't have to change at all because nothing that I believed, the medical consensus, ended up being meaningfully challenged here. So I agree. It's totally fine. I get to walk out of here feeling easy breezy, my dude.
That's great.
All right.
You have a study of 55 people. Solid work.
You brought me a study with 40 people as an argument against...
That was... First of all, you're diminishing that study's validity when my entire point of bringing that up, I know you might have not been following at that point, was that study was used to change policy in the UK. So you diminishing the validity of the study that changed the policy in the direction that you want doesn't help your case.
Wait, but I made that argument. I said if this study is crap, let's just use other studies because there are a fuck ton of studies that make it seem like hormone blockers are a good idea.
For the UK. So, your 47 study, blah, 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 blah. That's what the UK government used.
I'm not the UK government. I'm just someone who respects scientific consensus.
They're going off of these studies with insanely small sample sizes, and they're extrapolating entire policy off of it. That was my point.
Okay, that was never... I'm not here to argue in favor of the NHS. I hate Brit bongers, okay? I'm here to argue in favor of the science.
You love the NHS.
I don't.
No, I know you don't. It's a joke.
It's a pretty flawed system.
Do you know the difference between the NHS and a single payer system?
This will be your last gotcha. Before
I'm just asking.
I mean, there are numerous differences. The hospitals tend to be owned by the state.
All right. That's it.
Okay.
I just want to ask. You don't have to go through it.
Oh yeah, that's I'm sorry. Wait, I forgot. American healthcare is worse in every conceivable way from those of the NHS, and the NHS has been going down as it's being privatized. But that's okay.
Every conceivable way.
Yeah. Higher cost and worse outcomes, and they've been getting worse since being privatized. But that's okay, my dude. If I was a demagogue like you, I wouldn't be interested in historical change and trends either.
Worst outcomes measured how?
I can't get into this other subject with you. Wait, are you seriously going to argue this point? America has worse health outcomes than the UK.
In cancer survival rate, what are you measuring that on?
Do you want to do this for the next debate?
I'm just curious.
Do you want to do this for the next debate? I'm not going off into this. This is literally one of the most well-argued points. Nobody defends the American healthcare system.
Nobody defends it. It's a well-argued point. Yeah.
I know that you just want to keep talking forever, but this would be like an insane waste of time. We can get to it the next time, I guess.
An insane waste of time, but I'm curious if this is it's a well-argued point. Is that your stance? That's it?
Well, considering I don't have any data in front of me, I'd have to review it before making
just asking for one example of outcomes. There could be anything.
And okay, wait. Let me flip the script. In what example of outcomes does the United States on average do better than the UK?
We have in terms of cancer survival rate, I think it's after 5 years. The United States has a higher 5-year cancer survival rate.
I wonder if that's because they smoke more than us.
I would assume that it's controlled for that if you're comparing 1-to-1, but we're talking about cancer overall, not lung cancer. And I think people in the United States
is lung cancer not a type of cancer?
I think people in the U.S. smoke more in the.
No, I'm pretty sure Europeans smoke more than us.
But specifically the UK to people in the U.S. If it was Asians, for sure.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I'm sure it controls for those factors. But if you're going to say that they smoke more slightly in the UK than in the US, and that explains all other cancer changes because we're better at diagnosing it in the United States than they are in the UK. I mean, I guess you could make that claim. That's fine.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can go over the data.
I don't think that's accurate, but okay.
Okay. We can go over the data next time, I guess.
Yeah, fine.
All right, nice.
Is that it?
I think it might be.
All right, Mr. Do you prefer being called by your first name or Vouch?
Vosh is usually how I go.
Okay, all right, Mr. Vouch. I appreciate you joining the stream and yelling, and I appreciate the whole talking past each other.
It's
And,
fun, as always. Had a great time.
I'm sure I have a bunch of questions to answer, so I'll probably stay on. Somebody says, "Oh, can I just ask you this other question? It's a little personal. You don't have to answer it. It's totally fine." Right?
No, I don't really feel like taking any personal questions
No,
right
I'm just
now.
asking because people say that you come from.
Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that was worse than Dankula. Holy fuck. Holy shit, that dude is so bad faith. Jesus Christ. That was a dick move? Oh yeah, I owe that guy a tremendous amount of respect after that conversation. Jesus Christ. He was gonna say Beverly Hills? Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Holy fuck. And now we've got Caleb Maupin next. God almighty. Beverly Hills Antifa strikes again, baby. What about Beverly Hills? Oh, it's the same thing. It's like, ha, you're a socialist, but you're from Beverly Hills. Why do you do this to yourself? I didn't think the guy would be that bad, but he would. Oh my god. I want you all to know, I think I engaged in that in pretty fucking good faith. The only time I reverted to just insulting him was when he literally just wasn't listening to what I was saying. I think I did a pretty good job sticking to the points there. Oh yeah, his yawning shit, that like, oh yeah, you can tell me your point now. You know, like that shit. Oh my fucking god, dude. Was this debate ableism? Almost certainly. All right, hold on. I definitely have to fucking pee. I'll be right back, okay? Oh my god. I never in my life have I washed my hands so thoroughly. So thoroughly of a debate. Holy shit. Why are bones important to transphobes? I don't know, dude. They're little fucking skeleton warriors. They care very much about bones. Very big. Oh. I liked when you made him defend slavery. Dude, that guy was really, really fucking stupid. Holy shit, that was incredible. Vosh, didn't you say one of the reasons trans people would need to take hormone blockers is that it would decrease stuff like bone density so they can safely participate in women's sports? No, not bone density, it's bone growth. Actual bone density isn't, for the most part, the bone density would decrease through estrogen, but the estrogen is more effective if you didn't take the androgen sensitivity to begin with. All these conservative arguments boil down to there is no racism. I feel like that guy was probably dog whistling. Is it weird I found him more reasonable than you? Yeah, Hans Flemmenwerfer, it probably should be, considering that guy was legitimately one of the stupidest people I've ever actually talked to. That was actually really impressive. It was actually, like, astonishing to me. Worse than Sargon? I don't know. Maybe. In the ballpark, maybe? You let him get away with dismissing the difference between qualitative and quantitative research? My dude, every time he opened his mouth, he said something stupid. I was lucky at any point to have, like, I'm lucky to have been able to correct him on anything. Because every single fucking time that guy opened his mouth, he had, like, some new wildly fucking stupid thing to say. No ableism Rena. Are you sure that one has TISM and not AJW? Also, yes, you can cancel me. I don't think that guy has autism. I just think he's stupid and cocky. What is an acceptable sample size? Depends on whether you're doing qualitative or quantitative research and how large the population you're trying to extrapolate to is. That was probably the most dishonest debater I've ever encountered. Yeah, probably. I have to go over donos. Holy shit. Let's see. Yeah, I see, Posadist. What was with the zooming? I don't know. He kept clicking. He was the host of the Streamlabs call, or StreamYards call. Oh, fuck. We have Caleb Maupin in a half hour. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ah, I can't believe it. Oh, God. We've got a tanky. Oh, God. Yeah, Caleb is even smugger than that dude is. Oh, no. Fucking kill me, dude. I can't believe it. Both these people at once. Okay, that's alright. Why are you torturing yourself like this? Because I'm not good at scheduling. That's life, huh? Oh. Alright, hold on. Let me go over donos. I'm probably going to go over them a little bit more, how do you say, brusque? A little bit more, I don't know, rapidly than normally? Briskly? Brusqued? Whew. Lexify, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. The Tired Kid and Aspen, thank you both very much for the regular old tier 1 subs. Guys, please don't impugn me for my communicative abilities right now. I am suffering. Oh. The Queen in the North, Sardonic Plague, Nora Noodle Kitty, thank you so much for the tier 1 subs. I really, really, really appreciate them, comrade. Mythaldu, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, and Coladict for your 1. Maybe a Sleepy Kitty stream one of these days, comrade. Anithia and French Salad, thank you both for your gifted tier 1 subs, and same with Xmark the Scott. This is all stuff that happened even before the debate. Yeah, Cloud Wine, leftist podcasts do make money. It's very, very sad. Did you say something about this tweet in the response? Wait. Could you say something about this tweet and its response? What is this? What woke skulled shit is this? Every straight white leftist bro is like, there's too much leftist infighting. And not even 10 minutes later drops the N-word on a live stream, shits on LGBT people, throws around ableist slurs, regurgitates misogynistic talking points, and expects everyone to smile and take it. Damn, dude. I'm feeling a little called out by this big old tweet. I remember this one. This wasn't even that bad. You keep your little baby space, and we can have a broader left space, but we can also have a much broader left space that is interested in appealing to people from all across the spectrum. So people over here might occasionally say retard or whatever. Okay, I'll take people saying retard and supporting class emancipation than I will taking them saying retard and not supporting class emancipation. Hey, listen, over here. Hey, if you're a white dude, listen over here. This is the circle for white dudes who really love saying nigga. They love saying, they're like, I'm a nigga. Okay, this is where they are, okay? I would rather have them be here. You can be mad, but it's true. You can be mad, but it's true. You can be mad as fuck if you want. The audio sucks? That's because of their compression, not because of my mic. I think a lot of lefties lose track of the fact that the majority of people in this country are mostly apolitical dumbfucks who are just interested in maintaining the comfort of their own lives. I would rather try to reach out to people who are trying to remain comfortable and apolitical and meet them like on a few issues than like have this really weird like standard of moralism that 85% of the people in this country would never pass, and then like every time Bernie loses, you know, I'm like, oh, like how did that happen? I thought our ideas were so great, you know? How is that shitting on LGBT? Well, they never actually show me shitting on LGBT people. They just like vaguely gesture at me being a horrible human because it's easier for them to do that than actually engage with my arguments. Whores me with the $2. A girl in my country came to police to stand witness to theft. They just raped her. I want lots of red frogs in the chat. ACAB-RE. Oh, well, shit. Jesus. Maybe Lexify. Thank you, Noodle Kitty. And thank you, Lexify. V-Snake, enjoy the tier 1 sub. Geronimo Roeder with the unbelievably generous $100 donation. I don't know if we're going to be able to talk about Amy Copper today because this debate ended up crowding out a little bit. I thought we'd have a little bit more time between the two, but it'll definitely be talked about soon. Thank you so much for the $100, and you do it again right afterwards. Thank you for the additional $100, Geronimo Roeder. What the fuck? That is $200. That is so unbelievably kind of you. Seriously, what the fuck, my dude? Well, honestly, you know, normally I feel guilty, but this time I really do feel as though I've earned it, because that argument was suffering. That was suffering. Every moment of that was. Every moment of that was just my brain cells being pulverized in a mortar and pestle. Absolutely fucking incredible. Just amazing. If only, Mama Lesbian. And Kevin Gagnon with the incredibly generous 50 Canadian dollars. Time to power up and slay some arguments. Go get 'em, you absolutely amazing person. Thank you very much, comrade. I'll accept your fake Canadian money happily, because I am an egalitarian, okay? I'm an egalitarian. I accept it. Thank you very, very much. Seriously, that's really, really kind of you. Yeah. That Patrick meme, this meme, I think is every debate I'm ever going to have from now on. I think I actually need to stop debating these people. Everyone in the alt-right, skeptic, everything, this entire broader community, I think I actually have to stop debating these people. I can't do it. It's actually bad for my health. I can't do it. I know it's like funny and everything, but like, holy shit. There's no ideas are being explored or engaged in, like at any point. It's insane. I need to talk to like regular Republicans, I think. Waiting for him to go full 1350? Yeah, maybe young fuck. What's my favorite hentai? I don't have an answer to that. GGHJ. OB1, thank you for the 40 yen. And Viscera Contusion with the $10. Give me yummy mommy Vosh debate milkies. You got him. Revolutionary Guide 2 with the 12 bucks. First time watching you live on the site, so thought I'd donate. Considering I'm on UK unemployment, this money is technically from the Conservatives. Enjoy. Nice! That is, that's really awesome, comrade. Thanks for the redistribution. Thank you for the 5 bucks, Ellie. Yeah, Bob Ross, I'll be 30 one day. Sake with a very generous 20 bucks. Vosh, he's lying. Weldon Angelos was sentenced to 55 years for selling marijuana. Well, he would probably argue selling marijuana deserves that much rather than just possessing marijuana. You know? But yeah, I mean, no. Like, early on, when he tried to argue that there weren't, like, a large number of people, there weren't a large number of people who are being, like, fucking jailed for unjust lengths of time due to minor drug crimes. That's pretty funny. The third strike laws are fucked up, though. Yeah, of course, we didn't even get to talk about that. We're never getting around. It's never happening, my dudes. We're never making it. He claimed to have a criminal justice background. Yeah, then he didn't seem to understand how socioeconomics can impact, can impact criminality. He didn't seem to get it. That was incredible. He was like, it's not all socioeconomics. It's also culture. Like, AJW said you want dictators with the society you push forward. Yeah, of course, because he can't actually engage with anything I say, so he just has to, like, run off. Oh, J-Reg responded. That's nice. Yeah, of course, Ashobi. What happened in Detroit? I don't know. Lots of shit happens in Detroit. Yeah, this convo is just the Man Ray SpongeBob meme. Very true, comrade. Found you through TJ, been enjoying a lot the past month. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you very much. God is not good. The AJW stream is doxing you, Vosh. What the fuck? Oh, that's okay. You guys can go and report that stream if you really want to. If they're doing that, that's a huge violation of YouTube's terms of service. And if you guys went over there and reported that stream, that would be well within your right. You're totally free to do that. Not that I'm encouraging you to do it or anything. There you go. Not that hard to follow YouTube terms of service. You're totally free to go ahead and do that. All right. Darwinian realism with the 20 bucks. Get him to admit that incarceration rates and 3-strike laws disproportionately impact black communities. 3 strikes for weed, they get locked up for a long time. Yeah, of course, but he never would have. He just would have said something like, well, if they do weed 3 times, then that's the same as everyone else. Like, yeah. Nah, I don't know. What are you going to do, right? Doug Ratman with 3 bucks. This guy implying that black people are genetically predisposed to crime. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it always runs back to that 100% of the time. Let's go AJW. True. Socioeconomics is a slippery leftist debate tactic. Very true, comrade. And HTTP Lovecraft with the $10. Suggesting individual solutions to systemic problems is the surest sign of a tiny, dense, and smooth brain like a little marble. Yeah, but it's pretty much like the conservative calling card. Oh man, there's so many. I love you guys all so much. I hope you know that. Caleb prep? Oh no. Yeah, I wanted to do more Caleb prep. I didn't anticipate the severe damage that my brain would receive. What is this? During the AJW debate. Black Dynamite, thank you very much for the 3 separate donations of $2. I really appreciate that, comrade. You sure didn't needle it. Oh, I'm so tired. Have I seen the Chris Ray gun video? Yes. Caustic Soda, the tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. Duly noted, sucky sucky. I'm curious about your specs. What's your setup like? Susanna, eventually I will Lamo, he stopped stream the second you let chat know. Huh, I wonder why. Interesting. But you can still report the logged stream. Anyway, I can post my specs at some point or another. I don't have them on memory right now. If you do !build in chat though, it does give you the it does give you more or less what I'm using, though some of that stuff has been updated since. Here's some Caleb prep.
Hey folks, a lot of young people in the United States are interested in
China.
Marxism.
Whoa, why can't I click the
widespread.
YouTube
Polls
video
come
off?
out,
Hello?
a lot
Oh my god, what the fuck? That was like a ghost YouTube
Hey
page.
folks,
Wait, it's still doing it.
a lot of young people in the United States are interested in Marxism. It's very wide.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I can open it, but it didn't let me pause it. What the fuck? It's the Caleb virus. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, pretty spooky, my dudes. Kodamon Roxas, the Jithar, thank you very much for the $5 each, comrade. I really do appreciate it. My computer has always been haunted. And Black Dynamite, as always, your overwhelming generosity is very much appreciated. Black Dynamite has been throwing jabs at me from the donations, but that's okay. What's the topic of the Caleb debate? Tankies. Just a moment. Tankies are based. Nice meme. All right. Is it safe for your mental health to debate tankies after what just happened? I don't know, my dude. I think we're going where Vosh has never gone before. I did do that Stefan Molyneux debate, and then immediately afterwards, I did that that Destiny debate. That did happen. And I survived that, so. Gyron, Seas of Cheese, and Anthony, thank you all so much for the $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. Reza Sutra, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Happy to have debated that Weasley fuck. And Mr. Dr. Sir with the $5. Isn't work compelled whether it's at co-op or private firms? The only thing that would make work not compelled would be creating a post-scarcity society. Yeah, but at least then the compelled element would not be to submit yourself to an authoritarian system. But I would argue any like proper worker cooperative, like market socialist society, should also have a robust welfare system so that you don't have to work if you don't want to. Though I imagine we would still want people to work, you know. Barbarian with the $10 for your inevitable medical bills after the failure of your organs from having to process all that shit. True. Very fucking true, comrade. You guys are entirely too kind to me. Does this guy not know that capitalism is enforced violently too? I couldn't even... There was literally no chance of me being able to engage with that guy with that kind of thing. Not a chance in the slightest. Like trying to argue like the inherent violence of private property. There's no fucking way. True, Buck2. True, David. True, Ben Riley. Thank you all for the $2. Escaping the plantation is taking an entrepreneurial risk. Very true. B. Dizzle with the very kind $20 came over from YouTube chat. So many Nazis. Yeah, I think I think AJW might be one, or not a Nazi, but at the very least he might be like a white nationalist or something like that. He didn't argue anything to that effect, but holy shit, like his entire audience. Yeah, his chat is literally fucking packed with them. 1 second. I mean, your Google chat is packed with tankies so far. Sometimes I don't think it's the same. No, when tankies like donate, I actively challenge their points. When I see them in chat, I make fun of them. And in YouTube chat, like they flank on the peripheral or anything like that. But that's because that place is a wasteland. I also openly criticize tankies all the goddamn time on my stream, my channel, everything like that on Twitter. But when it actually comes to like what I'm encouraging, like it's not really that. Can a child consent to artificial insemination? Probably not, Joe Netzel. Don't get your hopes up for a holiday. Thanks, Nicholas Hetzel. Mr. Caveman with the 20 kroner, you ought to stop with the personal attacks, man. I literally, first of all, holy shit. He was insanely condescending to me, AJW. Second of all, the only time I made personal insults was when he demonstrated a foundational inability to understand basic logic. Like, there's only so much that I can do with that, you know? Maybe, David. Hopeful with the tier 3 sub, thank you. Thank you, Vosh. Oh my god, that was bad. My IQ dropped by 10k. Also, trans rights, plural rights, otherkin rights. Not an otherkin, but I stand my comrade kin. Godspeed, comrade. Thank you very much, Hopeful. And please, enjoy your yellowish orange name. When debating tankies, I notice they always rely heavily on theory. How do you plan on countering this, Vosh? I don't know, dude. My head is fried. Well, I don't know. Ooh, that's a nice Bloomberg article from just a few months ago. I need to bring up the Nazis could have come from atheism is unstoppables chat. Yeah, probably. I mean, that seems his ballpark, right? Atheism is unstoppable, like, does full-on, like, race realism shit, so.
This particular NPC, obviously, it's choreographed each time, and there are certain goals for the China Communist Party.
The Cringe Squad.
That's right, Vonnie. It's a highly choreographed ceremonial event that is
do I love trans people? I do love trans people.
Strength to the Chinese leadership, the Chinese
you once said debates were all about power, and I'm impressed by the power AJW had to give me a headache and make me want to kill myself. How do you do it? I mean, I'm paid well for my suffering, so I can't complain too
bring
much.
Thousands of officials from around the country all together in Beijing. Now, this year we did see the dropping.
Learn today that in order to not embarrass yourself, you can just repeat the same arguments and not listen to what the other person is saying.
I have something playing.
Whoa!
Their investment and their policy making.
Where is
the fact that they are dropping that for the first.
Where the fuck did that come from? Was that from the Xi thing? Yeah, it was. What the fuck? Why did audio turn on for that? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Had to open up another tab for that one. What are you gonna do? K49K with the 10 bucks, and here I thought the Dankula debate was bad faith. Holy shit, AJW takes the cake on this one. True! And Darwinian realism with the 10 bucks. Does he deliberately mispronounce your name as Vaush instead of Vosh as some kind of power move? Because every alt-writer does the same thing when you talk. Yeah, they have like the weirdest like getches on me. It's pretty indicative of their general inability to make arguments though, when they rely on these really weird like posturing tactics, like every single time. Yeah, Voosh. Maybe, Scotty. I love how all these conservatives whine about being interrupted when they're the ones interrupting constantly. Yeah. Danky Kang does it too. We don't need to, we don't need to give too, don't say Danky. Dude, Danky Kang is legitimately building like a, Danky Kang is legitimately building a YouTube channel just off being anti-me. He's in chat. Oh, shit. Hey, Danky Kang, what's up? Having fun? Hey, JW, suck dick for coconuts in this debate, my bone density. True, the arms dealer. It's true. Very true, comrade. Don't want to make wild accusations, but let's just say AJW looks like someone who shouldn't be let within 50 meters of a kindergarten. We'll let chat decide. I don't know. I have no opinion on it. Thanks, Mindforge Manacles. Can you be charitable to Caleb instead of just saying Mutanky and Mustalin bad and authoritarianism arguments, approach positions with more nuance? Wait, hold on. Do you think Mustalin isn't an argument? Stalin was fucking terrible. When you say stuff like, don't use buzzwords, like, don't Don't use buzzwords like authoritarianism. Like that makes it sound. That's kind of how the Nazis talk too. They do that a lot too. They'll don't use like buzzwords like freedom. You know, like where does that get us exactly? Is actual Justice Warrior a fascist? It's almost irrelevant because these fuckers lie about everything that comes out of their mouths. I'm building a YouTube channel debunking dipshit takes from Radlibs. It just so happens Vosh dishes out bad takes every time he opens his mouth. Got me, Comrade Danky King. Well, maybe one of these days, Tanky will come on here and not embarrass themselves. We'll see. Can you explain what you meant by isolated variable? Yeah, it's really easy. When you're trying to do a study, and you're trying to determine a causal link between a variable and an outcome, what you need to do is isolate that variable to make sure that you're not actually like testing for something else. So when you've isolated a variable, what this usually means is you have a control group and a test group who are essentially identical in every meaningful way, except for whatever variable you're testing for. That's like the main difference. And that's a very important part. It's a very basic part of like sociological analysis. Did we manage to get through all the Nope, there's still some donos. Hold on, guys. Okay, I know there are still some donos, but we're going to have to get to those in just a second. Vosh will call Vietnam authoritarian and Luna tanky Nazi. Why does everyone... It's really weird. I think it's a really good indicator that a person doesn't know what I do or doesn't really care about what I do when they say I just call everyone a Nazi for no reason. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, there are a lot of Nazis online. Like, a lot of them. Usually when I call people Nazis, it's because they're Nazis or Nazi adjacent. Should I ban Stanky Dank? What is Stanky Dank? What the fuck is that? Oh, Danky Kong? No, Danky Kong can sit in here and read me. That's pretty fine with me. Hold on, we have to find the thing. We have to find the thing! We have to find the Twitter thread from Caleb Maupin. But Caleb tweets so much. God damn it. Hold on. Hey, Danky King, you get along pretty well with Maupin, right? Is there a way, guys, I'm actually asking, do you guys know, is there a way to search for a given phrase within a Twitter account? How do you do it? Okay, we're doing Skype for Caleb Maupin. There we go. Advanced search? Holy shit, we're opening up an entire new world. Wait, why is this not... It's doing that thing again. It's doing that thing where it doesn't let me... Okay, there we go. Okay. Accounts from Caleb... Give me a mo. Caleb Maupin. Don't bring up Tiananmen Square, nothing happened. True! I think I'm good. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to enter the Zen zone. Before the Caleb thing. I do generally try to stay like, okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay, you guys gave me exactly what I needed. Thank you very much. I do generally try to stay chill during debates. I am generally a fan of that. Added a new contact. Okay. There we go. When is the next debate? The next debate's in 6 minutes. Is there any like calming shit I can listen to that doesn't trigger copyright? Oh, you guys don't have to listen to it. I can just vibe on my own. I can just vibe while chatting to you guys. All right, I'm playing it. Doing some fucking lo-fi hip-hop. We're going to the classic, baby. All right. Okay, it's just me. All right, there we go. We're entering the calm zone. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. Let's think. Let's talk. How we doing today? How we doing? We chilling? How are we chilling right now? You can't listen to the vibes, but I can. I'm hearing them. I rolled my ankle really badly? That sucks, comrade. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, yeah. Read donos? Nope, we're entering the chill zone. Nope. Can you beatbox the song you're listening to? I don't know if I'd do it justice, to be honest. Nice, Bethaldo. Link it? It's lo-fi. It's the channel. The lo-fi hip hop radio beats to relax/study to. It's the channel. I didn't go for anything like wild and creative. I'm just vibing. Oh yeah. How do we think the Caleb Maupin discussion is gonna go? How are we feeling? Yeah. Oh yeah. Danky Kang, are you literally like linking your videos in chat? Come on. Like, come on, guys. You can pull a few more people off of him. Come on. You have made so many videos on me. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Jeez. I mean, all right. That's okay, my dude. I'll fight for socialism for us all. Just joined in. What are we talking about? We're about to have a big brain debate. Plus, Maupin is white. I might throw that one at him. It's very applicable. Okay, we're 2 minutes till, I guess. I'm still vibing. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a viber. That's what I am. I'm a vibe-kin. It's like being an otherkin, except you just vibe. That joke's getting old fast? Just, wait, saying vibing is a joke? Yeah, vibing is very serious, okay? Vibin' with Biden. That's enough. I've vibed. I've vibed all I can. Also, it's 2. Where are we at? What's happening? So I guess I'll just wait. I don't really remember how group calls work on Skype. All the surviving members of the Lenin-era party leadership, except Stalin and Trotsky, were tried. By the end of the final trial, Stalin had arrested and executed almost every important living Bolshevik from the revolution. Of 1,966 delegates to the party congress in 1934, 1,108 were arrested. Of 139 members of the Central Committee, 98 were arrested. Damn. Hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. They must have all been counter-revolutionaries who were put there by the CIA. You're not BidenWave.mp4. Gotcha. Thank you, Vagar98. Hopefully we don't end up talking that much about theory here, but we'll find out. I'm gonna be so good faith, guys. It's gonna be amazing. I pray it's only 1 hour. Me too. Play Black Lover to relax yourself. I wonder if Black Lover is copyrighted. It probably shouldn't be. What is my account? What the fuck is my account? All right, we're doing it. We're exchanging Skype tags. Holy shit. Wait, he just canceled it. Wait, that wasn't me. All right. Yeah, I win another one, boys. All right, here we go. Yep.
Is he in here?
Howdy.
Hey.
I am always in here, because I am always where I need to be to advocate for the proletariat. How you doing?
Great, great. Are we on air?
We are on air. Yes, we're live. No N-words. That's the rule. I trusted you, but just making sure.
Sure thing. I'll open my beverage that shall not be named.
So do you guys want me to give like an intro, like the rules and so on? Is that how we want to do this, or do you guys just want to start?
Sure. Go ahead and lay out how we're going to do this.
Okay, so I guess the format that we agreed on is 5-minute opening statements, 5-minute closing statements for both Caleb and Vosh. In between which there will just be a period of time wherein you guys just sort of have a free-flowing, open exchange. I guess my duty as moderator is to try and keep you guys away from personal insults and keep you guys on topic and try to make sure we're, going with 1 point at a time to try and keep this productive. So I guess if we can try to stay away from all of that stuff, that would be great. There is I guess, a 1 hour time limit for this debate, but besides that, I think that's all. So I guess I'll just let you guys talk. I guess which one of you guys wants to go first?
I can go first if you want.
I'm cool with going first as well. Who wants it more?
You can do it, Bosch. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This will be pretty short, I think. I'm okay. Wait. First of all, I want to say, for shout-out purposes, the person who's moderating this, named Mouthy Infidel, is actually a very competent debater and a person who I respect quite a bit, in spite of the fact that he probably thinks that I am a rad lib. So thank you for moderating. Short notice, I know. Okay.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me to moderate.
No problem. So with that being said, but again, we're not like friends, okay, no bias. With that being said, I'm a socialist, broadly a libertarian socialist. I value things like freedom and democracy and I guess respecting the rights of the individual. And I think that sort of syncretically we can arrive from those positions to a broader socialist society. With that being said, I guess the reason why we're here right now is because you called me out on Twitter a little while ago, at the beginning of May, Kayla Maupin. You said a lot of really weird stuff, and it made me feel like we had some pretty substantial disagreements. Stuff like you kept saying like shame, like saying that I say all tankies are fascists or what have you, claiming that like I'm spitting on the legacy of the Black Panther Party or of other people who were revolutionary socialists in their time, telling me, like shame. You said shame quite a bit, which felt like I was kind of being like scolded by like a school teacher or something. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit confused by your intentionality there. I'd be interested in seeing if we could arrive at an amicable resolution. Also, if I do at any point seem tired or out of it, it is not because I'm disinterested in this conversation. It's because I just suffered critical brain damage following an earlier debate today. But hopefully that will not affect me. I am a strong man, and I will try my best. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bosch, we may not agree on a lot, but one thing I think we can agree on is that Fox News is no good. And you'll notice that whenever they have a Muslim on Fox News, one of the tactics they will use is they'll say to the Muslim guest, they'll say, do you denounce Hamas? And of course, the Muslim guest will say, I denounce terrorism. I'll oppose that. That's not enough. You must denounce Hamas. When they have an anti-racist activist or an activist against police brutality on Fox News, they'll say, do you denounce Black Lives Matter? Do you denounce the radicals and the Black Panthers? And they'll respond, of course we denounce violence. Of course we denounce lawbreaking. No, that's not good enough. Somebody in the Black movement said something radical. We want you to denounce them. This tactic of demanding that people denounce other people in their movements is a tactic that the right wing has used against progressive forces and consistently uses. And the way it manifests it among socialists and against those who advocate building a socialist society is the demand, sure, you can believe in socialism, but you must denounce as loud as possible every country around the world trying to build socialism. You must repeat State Department propaganda against them. And if you don't do that, you are somehow the equivalent of a Holocaust denier or a Nazi. And that is very, very dangerous. It's a big problem in our movement. Now, Vosh, I know that you and I have very, very different definitions of socialism. I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm going to tell you the definition of socialism that I understand. It comes from Frederick Engels, from his book, which is one of the most important books in the history of Marxism, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where he says that socialism is when, quote, the proletariat seizes public power and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, shipping them from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible, and anarchy in social production vanishes. And I think that there are societies around the world that have done that have seized the means of production. There have been mass anti-imperialist and socialist working class peasant movements that have risen up, seized control of the means of production. And yes, they've done bad things. Yes, human rights have been violated. Yes, crimes have been committed, and no one is here to defend those bad things. But I think as those of us who want to build socialism in the United States, I think we can learn from those struggles. And that I think that portraying tankies as if they are fascists or as if they are the equivalent of white supremacists is a big blunder. And this kind of tanky baiting has been a threat to the entire progressive movement. The war on organized labor began in the 1950s when they pushed some of the most revolutionary labor leaders like Harry Bridges and William Z. Foster out of the labor movement with this anti-Stalinism, this anti-tankyism. And a lot of Trotskyites and social democrats went along with it, and it hurt the entire labor movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, he was tanky baited because he said that Cuba's healthcare system has been good. 60 Minutes did a hit piece on him. That became the whole focus. Bernie Sanders won't denounce existing socialism loudly enough. This hurts the entire progressive movement. It's not helpful. And I hope that your audience, they may not agree with me about China or the former Soviet Union or that, but I hope that they will understand that trying to divide the movement, painting, people in the movement who are anti-racist and anti-fascist as if they are somehow the equivalent of the far right, which is very dangerous and rising and pushing hate, that I hope people in your audience will rethink that and try to build unity among progressive forces as we struggle against the prison industrial complex, the economic crisis, the rising police state, and try to get to a better world. That's where I'm at, Vosh. Let's talk.
Yeah, okay, so there are a number of points here that I think are maybe a mischaracterization of some of the things that I believe in. First of all, with regards to, so your ultimate argument is one against gatekeeping, effectively, that there's ultimate harm done to the movement when you engage in any action to distinguish the broader, the right-left from the parts of it that you want to excise. Unfortunately, excising undesirables from your movement is, I think you as a fan of the USSR would probably know, basically a necessary part of any revolutionary activity. With regards to the tankies that are referred to, for example, I'm not referring to people who, for example, are at any point not as critical of the USSR as I am, or people who see value in some of the revolutionary movements in the developing world. I think these are perfectly fine things. I'm talking about people who aggressively engage in optics, which are antithetical to the things that I believe in. I'm not denouncing them because Fox News is telling me to. I'm denouncing them because they are my enemy and because they make us look bad. So, for example, while these people are by no means the majority, there are tankies who defend Stalin. Anybody who is in any way, shape, or form in favor of either of the two components of socialism that you laid out, whether that be worker control of the means of production or the destruction of the commodity form, should despise Stalin. He was not a good man. And he did not do good for the movement. He just isn't a good person to hinge public representation on. And I wonder, then, how you would feel about the odds of Bernie Sanders succeeding in the United States of America, not if he refrained from denouncing the healthcare in Cuba or whatever, but if somebody had asked him, do you like Stalin? And Bernie had failed to answer in the negative. My issue here is that I think we're blurring the lines between people who have minor ideological differences but a shared goal and people who do not share a goal with me. Because there are people who defend bad things. When I hear people who are unironically defending, it's off the hands, like the Holdomer denials, like, oh, it was necessary, the kulaks were hoarding grain, there was nothing they could have done, they diverted grain. Like, this is abhorrent to me. Not only because it's morally impermissible, as far as I'm concerned, to defend, the actions which led to a genocide, but also because it's materially wrong, and also because it makes us look really bad. Whether we like it or not, socialism and its development in the United States of America is going to be predicated on our ability to relate to the average person with things we know they care about, whether that stuff be healthcare or ending foreign war or bringing about a reconciliation between those who have wealth divides between them. I don't think we can achieve this by allowing people who adopt the aesthetics, optics, and rhetoric of authoritarians to run rampant within our movement.
All right. May I respond?
Yes, please.
I think you're making a little bit of a mistake. Now, there are two fronts I want to respond on. I can respond regarding myself, and I can respond regarding tankies in general. In regards to myself, I have no interest in defending Stalin's personality and convincing anybody that Stalin was a good guy. I'm interested in defending socialism, not personalities. But you have to admit, the way socialism is presented in the United States, the argument generally is that it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's created nothing but gulags and death and misery. And the response you generally get from socialists is, oh, that's all true, but I'm just so smart that I'll do it better. And that's a ridiculous argument. You look like a fool when you make that argument. You have to be able to deal with the history of the 20th century and point out that everything isn't completely black and white, that mistakes were made, but big achievements were made as well, like defeating the Nazis, like electrifying and industrializing an entire country. And that's the conversation I'm interested in having. I'm not interested in having conversations about Holodomor or the Moscow trials or anything like that. That's regarding me. However, when you characterize people who do question the historical narrative about the Soviet Union in this way, you need to recognize that you're talking about not just guys on the internet who might be obnoxious. Nelson Mandela was a tankie. I will read you what Nelson Mandela said in 1986. Quote, "The Soviet Union is the torchbearer for all the hopes and aspirations. In the Soviet Russia, genuine people have been transformed from genuine people's power, has been transformed from dreams into reality. The land of Soviets is a genuine friend and ally of all peoples fighting against the dark forces of world reaction. That's Nelson Mandela in 1986. So by saying that people that glorify the Soviet Union should be kicked out of your movement, you're disassociating from the African National Congress. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, he gave a speech in 1942 called What Russia Means to Us, where he spoke glowingly about the Soviet Union, how it protected national minorities like Jews. He himself was Jewish, and he saw how important the Soviet Union was in fighting anti-Semitism around the world. He talked about their achievements in science and how the Soviet state made a big point of subsidizing scientific research and development. And Christopher Hitchens denounced Albert Einstein, saying that his greatest flaw was his defense of the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Helen Keller, read her autobiography and the glowing things that she says about Lenin and the Bolsheviks at the same time they were suppressing the anarchists and all of that. To write off people that associate themselves with the USSR and its achievements, or with China, or with Vietnam, or with Cuba, or North Korea. Yes, I said North Korea. You know, the Black Panthers sent delegations to North Korea. The Black Panthers studied Juche ideology. The Black Panthers waved Mao's Little Red Book. You should read Huey Newton's autobiography and see what he said about his time in China and how glowingly he speaks about Mao Zedong. Recognizing the achievements of existing socialism doesn't make you a lunatic, doesn't make you a wingnut. It makes you somebody who is open to understanding what's beyond capitalism. Now, my attitude toward these leaders is that we should study all of them and study both their failures and their achievements and blindly adhere and follow none of them. But as we move toward building socialism in the United States, we need to recognize the socialism here will be unique. We're not going to have Chinese socialism here. We're not going to have Russian socialism here. We're not going to have Venezuelan or Cuban socialism. When we have socialism in the United States, it will be a continuation of the progressive tradition. It will be the ideals of Frederick Douglass and John Brown and the suffragists and the labor movement. It will be that radical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist tradition of struggle in U.S. history taking power. But if you look at that history of struggle, some of the greatest voices in it.
We've got a lot to go over so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's two main strands here to deal with. There's the point of how we should engage with historical attempts at socialism, and there's also the question.
Oh, you
regarding Caleb's charges.
Right, I've got I think an addressal of that written down, if I may, because I feel like that was a fair bit to
if you wanted. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you wanted to, because I remember you said earlier that you wanted to stick with like one thing at a time. If you wanted to go over each of these main strands individually, we could do that unless you don't want to.
I'll broadly address this, and I think we can get into the nitty gritty afterwards. I'm sure we can find plenty to disagree with there. So this is the problem that I have with when I talk with everyone who believes stuff like what you believe in. None of what you just said actually addressed my points, because I've never said it makes you a tanky to acknowledge the benefits or the successes of countries that call themselves socialist. What's more, the material conditions around the time of Albert Einstein or of Helen Keller or of Nelson Mandela were extremely different to those today, and their individual opinions on the extent to which the USSR has brought hope to the world has nothing to do with the material reality of how we should advocate for socialism today. What's more, nothing that any of these people said fundamentally disagrees with my ideology. There were great successes committed by all of these societies, but ultimately, like, if you back up, like, what you essentially just did to me was a massive appeal to authority. I criticized authoritarianism in the in the first like chunk that I got, or I said like these are the values which are antithetical to mine, and then you responded like, well, here are a bunch of people, here are a fuck ton of people who have ever agreed with these. I've read Huey Newton's autobiography. I'm very familiar with the ideology of the Black Panther Party, the group which initially got me into leftism. I know the fact that they're Maoists. I know that they had some ideas which contradicted with my own, and many which do not. But the fact remains, at the end of all of it, that when we are talking today about what we want to advocate for, I do not think there is any room for people who glorify or defend authoritarianism or historical revisionism. You said earlier in that response, challenging the narrative. I'm very suspicious of that term, challenging the historical narrative, because I've heard it from people who, and I know you don't want me to draw any comparisons here, would probably be reasonably called Nazis by both of us. At the end of the day, we have to accept the fact that we do live in a highly highly biased socioeconomic point in time. But when we're making arguments in favor of moving forward, we can't refer to the imagined successes of these societies we defend because they weren't successes, not in the eyes of the average American. Now, you can maybe make slim arguments for Cuba. I think you can, because Cuba's done pretty phenomenally, all things considered. And if you want to go for like niche examples, Rojava has had a good like project going on its own. But if we're talking about advocating the interests of the average American, any attempt whatsoever to defend the historical legacy of these societies, which have been denigrated by history, is going to come off making us look like wingnuts. And I know that in large part because people who advocate the way Bernie Sanders does are infinitely more effective at drawing people towards leftism than people who go by hardline Marxist, like here's the historical reality, here's the theory you should read, here are the people we should stand. I guess just this old world tendency towards advocacy is very, very counterproductive in my mind, especially since I know for a fact a lot of the more active tanky communities are not only in disagreement with me on some historical issues, but are also morally reprehensible. Like, for instance, when it comes to like stuff like radical gender ideology, many of them are transphobes, at least in my experience engaging with some of these communities. Many of them are class reductionists, which I think is very funny for people who would like stand the ideology of the Black Panther Party. These are things like, and I feel like I can't call them out because if I do, I just get called like a radlib, you know?
Okay, so I'll respond to that. First of all, according to your definition, then I'm not a tanky. I know that a lot of bad things happened in the Soviet Union, and I would say that probably the political repression in the Soviet Union, the lack of free speech and open debate weakened the Soviet Union. The fact that people who disagreed with the government were disappeared, that basically made them so their arguments were never answered, right? It made it look like the government had something to hide, and they should have been politically educating the population and engaging them in debate and discourse, which in Cuba, you'll look at what they've done is they've mobilized the population to argue with anti-communist elements, and similar things have been done in China.
May I ask one question to clarify? Do you consider the modern day state of China to be a proletarian state?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I think it has a lot of problems, and I think that there are many things about it that are corrupt, but the fact that they have maintained, an economy where the means of production are organized by the state and raised 800 million people out of poverty, I think is a positive thing. But before we go on, before we pivot away from this, I want to answer one point. You talked about transphobia and such. The first transgender activist in modern U.S. history was Leslie Feinberg, who was a tanky, a leader of the Workers' World Party. The first gay rights activist in the modern U.S. history was Harry Hay, who was a member of the Communist Party USA. The first Broadway play to defend gay rights was by Lillian Hellman, and she was a tanky if there ever was one. She was a very vehement defender of Stalin. So
how do you feel about
you're generalizing when you try to yes, there is definitely there was a big problem of homophobia and banning of gay people from communist parties historically, no doubt about it. But I believe that's a little bit of an oversimplification.
How do you feel about transgender people, if I might ask?
I think the way that they're treated is awful. Bullying, hate crimes, it's despicable. The way people, have been separated from their families, kicked out of their households. I feel nothing but empathy for people that are transgender and face all the hate and discrimination on that basis.
But you agree that gender reassignment surgery is a valid way of addressing their, gender dysphoria in many cases.
If an adult chooses to do that, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay, well,
I would like to try to get away from the transgender stuff. Just in order to keep us on topic.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just feel like sometimes reactionary tendencies are hidden by tankies under the guise of like a class ideology. Like let's not address this. We'll only end up splitting the movement over hairs. But yeah, we can
Sure,
stick to
I
it.
got you.
Yeah.
Hate crimes, discrimination, bullying is something that any progressive would oppose. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. What about China, though? I guess this would be like something I'd characterize as a tanky tendency. I can't get behind the idea that China is a proletarian state. They have, just a rabid market economy. The only difference is that it's all like broadly organized under a state apparatus. But that doesn't really lend towards the individual power of the worker.
Well, I think if you look at their economy, It doesn't function on the basis of profits. The state, which is rooted in communities, every building has Communist Party members in it. There are 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party throughout the country. They're very well organized, and the state controls capital on behalf of the population. Now, they do it in a corrupt way sometimes, but overall, it's been very successful.
But individuals
Mass eradication of poverty. They become the second largest economy in the world. Huge achievements, and it's because they don't function according to the capitalist logic. In 2015,
capitalist.
In 2015, the Chinese stock market, it crashed, and if a similar crash happened over here, there'd be riots in the streets compared to how dramatically it crashed. The country didn't even blink an eye because 90% of the population has nothing to do with the stock market. The state and the Communist Party run the economy, not profiteers and bankers. There's plenty of profiteers and bankers there, but they live in fear of a mass organization built by Mao Zedong in the mountains during a people's war that has taken power and transformed the country.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. They don't live in fear of anything. They're incredibly powerful, and the only way in which they're restrained is by their state of unelected officials, not by the people. The reason the people don't revolt is because the Chinese people probably know what happens when they take to the streets and express anger with their government. If I had to guess at any broader political or socioeconomic motivation to keep them from going out, no. The average worker in China has absolutely no control or credence. Precluding them from investment isn't the same as giving them control over the economy. They fulfill no component. They have a stock market and a market economy, which means they haven't abolished the commodity form, and individual workers have no more control over their respective businesses in China than American workers do over here in America. The only difference is that their state is more powerful. The only difference is that they've removed the democracy. I don't know if that brings people any closer towards socialism. That's one of the fundamental criticisms I have of the behavior of tankies. Sometimes I feel like tankies will call anything socialist as long as it's anti-American. But China certainly is, at least in a geopolitical sense. They're our largest opponent. But I mean, is that really enough? Does that really fulfill the preconceived notion of what it means to be a proletarian state? You have to oppose the U.S. and be in a dictatorship?
Well, I was thinking maybe one thing that we could zero in on is because it seems like part of your guys' disagreement is just might stem, I'm not sure because I haven't heard your definitions yet, but I suspect that maybe part of your guys' disagreement stems from a fundamental disagreement on what the definition of capitalism is. So I was thinking maybe you guys could each define what capitalism is to you in order to help us establish whether or not China is one by both your criteria.
All right. Well, I will first respond to what was said. You'll notice China is one of the few governments in the world that actually supports workers when they go out on strike. And actually, there are a huge amount of labor struggles going on in China. And you'll see many instances of the Chinese government supporting the workers against the corporations. We all know about the horrors that happened at Foxconn and the horrors that happened at, I believe it was Hyundai or a car manufacturer. And what is not told is how the Chinese government communist union went out on strike, and the Chinese government supported the striking workers and forced the bosses to change their conditions. There are many examples of that. Now, of course, there are things to the contrary that shouldn't go on, but I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think that the bosses in China, the business owners, live in fear of a state that yes wants to utilize them to bring in foreign investment. That yes, sees it very important to develop a market sector, but at the same time will control them for the benefit of the population. And many of the private sector corporations in China aren't really private. For example, Huawei Technologies is technically a cooperative under Chinese law. But if you look at it, it doesn't function according to market logic, right? The way it functions, it's completely in coordination with the Chinese state, with the Chinese military. It produces products based on what the 5-year plan says. It's a state-controlled megacorporation, yes, that's technically private, but everything it does is in line with the Chinese Communist Party's vision.
Yeah, so it's an authoritarian agency in line with an authoritarian agency. Nothing you just described has to do with workers. In fact, China bans private unions or individual labor unions. Yeah.
No, it bans what are called free trade unions, which were set up by the CIA, led by Jay Lovestone.
No, independent labor unions are illegal in China.
You can't just unions has been used against socialist countries around the world. And there's a constant demand in the New York Times and other publications that workers leave the Communist Union where they feel at home and join an entity controlled by the
You're
State
loading
Department
everything you
trying
say
to
is loaded
destabilize
with
the
so
country.
much language.
That's
like
not accurate.
The glorious
That's not accurate at
state
all.
like works in tied with the workers to no, independent labor unions are illegal. People have tried to form unions and it's been cracked
Independent,
out on.
i.e. U.S. controlled.
No, independent doesn't mean U.S. controlled. Freedom doesn't mean the CIA
Free Trade
is running
Union
it.
Federation, Google J. Lovestone. Google,
No, I'm sorry.
the
Do you have
history of the CIA
evidence
and their
that
interventions.
every single time individual Chinese workers try to form a labor union, it's being done in tandem with CIA work?
No, I'm telling you that when you refer to, quote, free trade unions, which is frequently
Independent.
done in American media, that refers to specific entities that are tied to the
what
United
trade- then
States
what
and
trade
American
unions
intelligence.
can-
It doesn't
can-
refer to just random groups started by random people.
Then what trade unions can people form, or what labor unions can people form in America, in China? Sorry.
Every Chinese worker is part of the government union.
Yes,
and,
the one-
I mean,
yes,
that's-
the one
that's reality.
government
now,
union.
Sometimes that union doesn't function the way it should. Other times it does. But
Wait,
when you
wait.
refer to free trade unions, you're not talking about
No,
any
no.
union.
I'm
You're
talking about
you're talking
individual
about a
workers.
specific grouping
What-
supported by the
Yeah,
United
I know.
States,
You've
labor
already
NGOs
said.
that operate in
No,
China,
no, no.
and that's not
I'm
fair.
saying it is not legal for workers in China, independent workers who have nothing to do with the CIA, to independently form labor unions of their own volition. They have to join the All Chinese Federation of Trade Unions, which falls under state control, another apparatus of worker rights that ends up being deferent to an authoritarian government. Likewise, your argument that China protects workers' rights is laughable. Foxconn workers are paid more in Taiwan than in China. China has historically been perfectly comfortable to let their workers slave away at incredibly low wages because they benefit from foreign investment. That is many things, but proletarian state, it is not. That is capitalism. China is just state capitalism. It is the entire apparatus of a market economy run by private actors, except some of them are also controlled by an authoritarian unelected government. There is nothing socialistic about China, not in any way, shape, or form. Even the individual act of forming unions is banned by the government, and union organizers face a
You just
wide
admitted
variety
they
of
have
pushback.
unions. That's
No, they
that
have
doesn't.
one union.
But I'm going to let you finish. I don't want to interrupt. We don't want to
Yeah,
interrupt
they have
each other.
one
so keep
union,
going.
not independent unions. It doesn't really count if it's a
doesn't
state
count.
union. Do you know what the term controlled opposition is? Oh, I think you know, but I'll describe it for you. So controlled opposition is when you have a state with over 1 billion workers who have less worker rights than their neighboring countries, and if they want to get more rights, they have to subscribe to a union that is controlled by the state, which has a material interest in keeping them from developing workers' rights. That is what a controlled opposition is. Hey, don't like the working conditions in China? Why don't you join the glorious Chinese Communist Party's single labor union, where you can absolutely, definitely improve the material conditions of your class?
Are you finished?
Yeah, I am finished actually.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with you about how you characterize state capitalism. I think state capitalism is Saudi Arabia.
You're not
Saudi
a
Arabia,
socialist.
yes, I'm sorry, may I finish my point?
Sorry,
please?
my
Thank you.
apologies.
Saudi Arabia, the government pretty much owns everything. But all it does is make sure that profits flow into the hands of the royal family. It's a market economy, except the state is heavily involved. You can say that about Singapore, for example.
And
South
China.
Korea, there's a huge amount of government involvement. Taiwan. And it's interesting because libertarians will often point to these countries as free market paradises. Well, no, the state is heavily involved. It's just a capitalist state trying to benefit a small clique within the ruling class. It's kind of Bonapartism, according to Marx. But the way you describe things in China, I see the Chinese Communist Party as an organization that has rapidly improved the lives of millions of workers, and it's done so by controlling the economy. You can point to many bad things, and I don't deny those bad things. Corruption's a big problem in the country. Many of the folks who were in the countryside and didn't have running water and electricity have moved into the cities and have been very badly treated by employers, especially in the regions that are a little more free market. No one would deny that China has a lot of room to improve on these things. But I don't think that, by definition, makes it capitalist, right? China executes billionaires. China very, very, very closely controls the corporations. You should read about Jintao culture, where corporations that have been caught polluting, they're forced to get on national television and apologize to the country in exchange for a shorter prison sentence. The capitalists of China live in terror.
Do you know what the term is
for
the private market being rolled into state authority?
China, the government controls the corporations. In the United States, the corporations control the government. Very different situation.
Do you know what the technical term is for an economy where the private sector is rolled into the authority of the state? It's fascism. We're talking about we're talking about fascism. The only thing you've been able to praise about the Chinese government is that they elevated.
I thought you didn't equate communists with fascists, so now you do.
Well, wait, of course, because you're not a communist and China is not a communist country. So this is just me calling a fascist defender a fascist. Yeah, you're literally just defending China. Whoa. You're literally just defending.
Let's try not to talk over each other.
You're just defending China on the.
Let him finish.
You're just defending China on the premise of its authoritarianism. That's it. You're arguing like, well, it elevated the country and made them wealthier. You can make that argument for Adolf Hitler. The blood spoils of the war elevated the material wealth of his country too. That is irrelevant when we're talking about the extent to which China is actually a socialist country. Every time you defend it, all you're doing is defending the extent to which the state has the ability to interfere in the market. That's not socialism. That's never been socialism. The workers aren't elevated in China. America has more worker rights than China is. I say with full and 100% confidence that the United States of America is more of a proletarian state than China is. And that's really saying something, because I am not a big fan of America. This is my issue with like the tanky aligned people. I don't think you give a fuck about socialism. I don't think you give a fuck about the workers. What I do think is that you hate America, which works in line with you working for RT and having been on Iranian state TV before. I think you're more interested in propping up state actors that oppose American geopolitical interests than you are in actually making life better for anybody. And if that's actually your interest, if you just want to go full fucking anti-America, that's totally okay, my dude. I'm not a huge fan of America either, but don't dress it up as you being a fucking socialist. Don't denigrate my social movement with your nonsense fucking fascist defending American anti-exceptionalist dogma. Why not just be honest with just go on Iranian TV and talk about how American like devils are going to rid the entire world of like the well-being of their children or something.
All right, well, for the purposes of this conversation, I would like to try and stay away from discussing.
That's right. I only need to do it once, no problem.
His possible motivations or whatever, but yeah, go on.
Okay, well, I'll respond to 3 of those points. First of all, the work that I do as an RT reporter and that my coworkers do is something I'm very proud of. And I find it despicable that you would repeat State Department talking points against us at a time where freedom of speech is under attack, freedom of the press is under attack. This is something I'm very, very disappointed in. I'm not here as a representative of RT. There are many different viewpoints represented on RT. I'm not going to dignify that with a further response. I'm very, very disappointed to see you promoting McCarthyism. Secondly, so am I a tankie or not? First, I wasn't a tankie because I didn't quibble about Holodomor. Now I'm back to being a tankie because I like China. But again, when I start talking about Nelson Mandela and the Black Panthers, all of a sudden I'll not be a tankie. I think the definition of tankie is very fluid in this conversation. Second of all, I consider myself to be the most patriotic person around. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with China. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with Iran or with Russia or any of these countries. Wars are devastating. We need international cooperation right now, especially against the pandemic. And right now, especially the anti-Chinese hysteria is very, very frightening. The idea that instead of admitting that we should be working with them to fight against the pandemic, our leaders are whipping up every extreme, unproven allegation against China is very, very disappointing to me. I want to see a United States that gets along better with China, with Russia, with Venezuela, with Cuba, with every country around the world, Vietnam, every country building socialism or building an independent economy. I want to see friendship and cooperation. So to describe me as someone who hates average Americans and all of that, I think socialism and having our government control the economy and fight for the people, I think that would be in the interest of the population overall. Now, I have to address this issue of fascism. You say fascism is simply authoritarianism. Well, many authoritarian societies have existed throughout history. Fascism, if you understand the Marxist tradition, is a form of Bonapartism. It is when capitalism is in a state of crisis, one section of the ruling class utilizing the state to rain mass death and destruction to beat down sections of the population in the hopes of stabilizing the economy. When Hitler took power, he basically represented the German industrialists. He set up concentration camps. He broke the labor movement, and he did not control the means of production. I mean, it was largely a private economy, and it was, it was mass killing of workers. It was a mass regime of political repression. The same thing was done in Italy with Mussolini. The same thing was done in Spain with Franco. Fascism is a form of right-wing Bonapartism rooted in anti-communism, rooted in the idea that we got to kill the commies. Anything's better than the commies. It's right wing, and it's propped up by the United States. I mean, IBM, the computer corporation, ran the punch card machine for the Holocaust, right? I mean, Henry Ford was very, very closely tied in with the Nazi regime. And American capitalists thought Hitler was great because he was killing communists. Hitler was the ultimate anti-tanky. He preached this hysterical anti-communism. The Reds are coming, anything against Russia. He killed 26 million Russians in his invasion.
This is not relevant.
So to try and paint people who want peace and cooperation with China or Russia as if we are the equivalent of Nazis is just... That's historical revisionism I've ever heard.
So that's a nice misdirection. First of all, I never said fascism was authoritarianism. I said that economically it was rolling the power of the private sector into the state, which is the definition, and that is what China does pretty effectively. I noticed, by the way, that you described socialism as the government fighting for the people. Interesting, because National Socialists described it the exact same way. The government doesn't have shit to do with socialism. It's about the workers, my dude. I don't know why you have so little faith in the average proletarian, but your constant deference back to an authoritarian state to lead the vanguard is very strange to me. I don't know at what point I indicated I wanted war with China. That was a really weird departure from our conversation. I obviously do not. But you claimed, it's really funny to me that you claimed that it would that it was disgusting that I would attack your defense of China during a time where our free speech was being threatened by fascists, when the free speech of billions of people in China is being threatened every single day by their government and their social credit system. The Uyghur Muslims are being genocided as we speak. And for you to make the argument while defending that country that I'm the one impugning freedom of speech by criticizing you for your authoritarian tendencies is fucking disgusting. I also like how you deferred to an accusation of me engaging in McCarthyism for criticizing China when all of my criticisms were that they weren't elevating the workers. It's an interesting criticism for a McCarthyite to make, considering my accusation is that it isn't socialist and that I would like it to be socialist. I don't recall McCarthy sitting up there on the bench in court and saying, you know, I have the names of 100 communists who work in Hollywood and proof they aren't communist enough. I don't remember that part, but again, history is not my strong suit. Yeah, I guess like at the end of the day, like nothing you responded with has anything to do with the material conditions of the workers in China, which tells me where your headspace is at. Why not just be anti-American? Like that's so much easier. I'm anti-American. I mean, there are people here I care about, you know, like I'm stuck. What are you going to do? Probably better that America be socialist than not. So I got to work within this, you know, purview. But I don't know, dude, just like nothing you're saying is socialist. Like, here's a question, because we're ribbing back and forth. Like, I have a question for you, okay? Like, do you not think that the fact that basically everything is under the heel of the state in China might be precluding the ability of the workers to actually engage in socialism, especially considering there are independent leftist organizations in China that have been suppressed by the government because it doesn't coincide with their top-down authoritarian approach?
May I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think you sound very McCarthyist now when you bait me and say that I'm simply anti-American, that I simply hate America, that I'm motivated by a hatred of the country that I grew up in, of the country that I love and don't want to see dragged into a new war. When you try to appeal to jingoistic sentiment, he's working for the enemy, he's working for the Stalinists, that's McCarthyism. People know that. The government has nothing to do with socialism. Well, that's nice, but around the world, historically, when workers have risen up, the main thing that they've tried to do is take control of state power. You may not agree with that, and I respect your right to disagree with that. But if you read Lenin's book, The State and Revolution, if you read Marx's writings where he talks, I mean, I just read you Engels, the proletariat seizes the public power. I mean, that's generally what the understanding of socialism is. Your definition of fascism seems pretty fluid. I mean, you say it's when the government is controlling corporations, then it becomes what's authoritarianism, then, well, no, I mischaracterized it. Your definition of fascism seems quite all over the place.
I specifically
I can respond to some of what you said about
corporate power into
Uyghurs
the
and
state.
social credit, but I'm not China's lawyer. I'm not here to say China did nothing wrong, but I can respond to that if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, sure. I think it's, again, like I gave a very specific definition of fascism twice now. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, the workers haven't seized control of the state apparatus of China. A very small group of autocrats have, of billionaires and state and party officials. Do you think, like, the workers are in charge of the Chinese Communist Party? Like, do they vote?
So, I mean, as far as the Uyghur stuff, is China doing wrong things in those regions? Possibly. But you'll have to remember that so many of the things that have been going around on social media about that have been debunked. I mean, there was a video going around purporting to show police beating beating up a man for owning the Quran. It turns out it was from Indonesia.
Ooh,
CNN.
Do we really want to go down this road?
I'm sorry, may I not be interrupted, please?
Okay, you do.
Miguel
All right.
Turson, of CNN was being interviewed, and she said that her child died in a hospital. Well, it turns out her child is alive, and the hospital records completely contradict everything she said, but that was broadcast on CNN. Hashtag still no info, which was this popular hashtag listing people who'd been disappeared. Investigations showed that a number of those people couldn't be identified. However, there were a number of those people on that list who had never even been detained and were in their homes, right? Now, I'm not saying China never did anything wrong, but at a time when our government is trying to whip up suspicion and build a case for war, I take what they say with a grain of salt. I know that the war makers lie. I know about the Naria testimony, where they had the daughter of the Kuwaiti monarchy or this Kuwaiti royal family member crying in front of Congress, saying, "Oh, they're taking babies out of incubators to build a case against for the war against Iraq." It turned out to be a total lie. When our government and our media is trying to demonize countries, they often say things that are not true. And that's just the reality. So I'm suspicious of some of that. Now, the social credit system, there's been a lot written about how the way mainstream media in the USA portrays it is not completely accurate. The Washington Post has run articles. There have been many sources, even within the mainstream press, that say that narrative that you get is not completely right. One of the main reasons the social credit system was set up is because there are people in China who've been convicted of crimes and have been levied fines by courts, and the government has no way of collecting that money. So it bans them from traveling. And it says you can't book a flight until you get on a plane. Well, in the United States, if you get fined by a court and you're convicted of a crime, you're fined by a court, and you don't pay it, you can go to jail. The idea that people are barred from getting on planes simply because they tweeted something critical of the state, I think, based on what I've read, is not completely accurate. That's not to say they haven't done anything wrong, okay? Again, I am an American. I love my country, contrary to your McCarthyist accusations. I love my country. I want things to get better here, and I don't want to impose the Chinese system here. I simply want international cooperation and friendship, not McCarthyism, not war hysteria, not polarization.
So I noticed that you completely ignored the is the Chinese Communist Party democratically controlled by the workers question. That's okay. We both know the answer. I love that your denial of the Uyghur Holocaust right now, because
didn't deny anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There are flaws
Denial.
In the official narrative.
Yeah.
You're
No.
trying to.
Oh, I know flaws in the narrative.
I know what you're doing. I
flaws
didn't
in the
deny anything.
Oh, I've heard that before too. Hey, did you know that when the Soviet Union originally arrived at the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, the plaque that they
right. So
whoa, slow down there, Maupin.
Okay. All
Did you
right.
wait?
Okay.
Hey,
continue. Right?
Did you know that the plaque that they originally posted suggested that 6 million died there, when in reality the updated number later said 1.47 million? Did you know that there was an order for a metal door that went to a camp that didn't actually have any door frames that could fit it? Seems almost like it might have been bought by another group trying to incriminate that. Oh wait. I'm not saying that the Nazis didn't do anything, mind you. I'm just saying that there is undeniably a lot of war propaganda following, the World War II that we should probably examine critically before we, fully address any of the accusations here. Dude, you literally are doing this just because there are a couple.
Just because,
you're questioning the official narrative.
And you started this by saying you don't equate people like me with Nazis.
Wait. No. I don't equate all.
Everyone sees how.
Wait. I don't equate all tankies to Nazis.
The Holocaust is one of the most well-documented.
Can you let me finish?
History. And at the time that it happened, mainstream media in the United States
were the
ones downplaying it. It was mainstream media that was downplaying it, and it was leftists like myself that raised the alarm about fascism.
So
it was communists and socialists who raised the alarm and said Hitler is killing people. While people like you, people that hate communists, people that hate the Soviet Union, they were the ones downplaying the crimes.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about communism.
Completely being facetious.
Okay, but that's okay. We can back up a little bit here. Okay, so I know you're not denying the Uyghur Muslim genocide. Wow, he actually. Hey, can I appeal to the moderator here?
All right, let's give Vosh the floor.
And it was about the fact that while leftists and socialists were raising the alarm about the crimes of fascism, mainstream media was ignoring it because they hated communists, because they preached hatred for the Soviet Union. And he wrote Horton Hears a Who to talk about Republican Spain and how the people, the republic was being crushed, fascists were murdering people, and the world sat back and did nothing. It was leftists, it was tankies who raised the alarm about fascism's crimes. Yeah, you're just completely mischaracterizing it.
Okay.
Mainstream media was downplaying the crimes of Hitler.
Maupin. Okay.
Let's give Bosch the floor for a minute.
Yeah, okay. So, as I was saying, you're not denying the Uyghur genocide. You're just taking a couple of misplaced, like factoids that turned out to be incorrect.
Saying we don't have all the facts
Holy
about what's going on
shit,
in
my
China are
dude!
suspicious of mainstream media. And the fact that you would equate me with people who deny
Maupin, my
well-documented
dude.
events in world history
Let's let Vosh talk
is absolutely despicable, and I don't want to continue this line of discussion.
Wait. I can't just let you engage in like genocide denialism and then walk away from it.
You've made false comparisons between me. Everyone's heard you. I'm done talking about this.
Yeah, let's just, hey, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Okay, my apologies.
Move on, please.
My apologies.
Okay.
I'll be nicer, but I do have to finish this one point, okay? So, often when defending an authoritarian regime against a genocide accusation, it's more optically and rhetorically efficacious not to outright deny its existence, but rather to draw up some questions like, hey, there is a lot of propaganda here. Maybe possibly there are some state actors who have, and then by doing that, you introduce the seeds of doubt that allow other people to then engage in outright denial. Now, I feel comfortable in making that comparison here because as Nazi Germany was a fascist society that engaged in a genocide, by every reasonable economic definition, China is also a fascist society currently engaging in a genocide. Though the societies are not exactly the same, there are many, many differences between the two. When we talk about a top-down, authoritarian, xenophobic, ethno-state-like society that imposes state's will on the people, but then promises that the glory of the people will be brought about by the sovereignty and the power of the authoritarian unelected state, I think a little bit maybe, and that's kind of the argument that you've made as well, my dude. You haven't really made any arguments about the autonomy of the worker or the abolition of the commodity form. Every word out of your mouth to defend China has been defending authoritarianism, which makes me think you're not really a socialist. I read you this passage from Karl Marx on the third address in May 1871. But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The centralized state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature, organs wrought after the plan of a systemic and hierarchical division of labor, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggle against feudalism. Or in essence, the worker seizing the state is not nearly enough. It's not even close to being nearly enough. All you're doing is replicating the previous system of government, except with different people in charge. So we need a more substantive change, which China has not engaged in to any extent whatsoever.
All right. Well, when the Iraq War was getting going, as I mentioned before, CNN played this testimony from a member of the Kuwaiti royal family saying that Iraqi soldiers were taking babies from incubators. And thousands of people didn't buy it. And they marched and protested against the Gulf War that took place. According to you, they must be all Holocaust deniers because they didn't believe mainstream media saying something against a regime that you don't like. That's despicable. I don't want to engage about this any further. We clearly disagree. It turned out to be a lie. People didn't believe mainstream media. They had questions about it. Oh my God! When mainstream media, says that a country is evil, we just have to buy it, right?
Disbelieving a single,
or else you're a Nazi, right?
Disbelieving
that's
a single
ridiculous.
data point is the same as being in favor with an authoritarian regime and then bringing
US
up a number of
lie
when
it's time to build. Wait!
You actually can't wait. Hold on. So just in case there are any people of like your IQ or lower who are listening right now, I just need to clarify when we're talking about what you just gave as an example, as opposed to my example of the Uyghur genocide. The issue is the Uyghur genocide is happening. There's proof it's happening. It's not just one report of questionable authenticity. There is a plurality of evidence concretely indicating that it is something that's happening. Is all the data coming out from Western media about it accurate?
If it's happening the way you say it's happening, that's wrong, and I denounce it.
If it is, ooh, okay, all right.
But I'm saying that we don't have all the facts. There are a lot of fantastical claims made in mainstream media that people have questions about. And I am worried
it's just
about
unbelievable.
having a war
I'm
with
hearing
China.
this from like a leftist.
I'm seeing how consistently the U.S. media lies, how the New York Times mistranslated workers in their video about China's health care. I mean, there is consistent deception in U.S. media when it comes to all things regarding China. So I have questions about it. Have me arrested. Have me shot.
Okay. I mean, I don't need to have you shout. This isn't China, so that's not how we respond to political dissidents. But yeah, that's insane. Like this is like genocide
doing. When
denial.
you call tankies fascists, everyone knows you're dog whistling to anarchists and Antifa to be violent. You are calling for violence.
What?
You would have had Nelson Mandela beaten up by Antifa.
What?
You would have had Albert Einstein punched in the face. You equate people that defend socialist countries and question the lies about them in media with Nazis. That's what you're doing here. You're doing that to me.
This is like when I argue with fascists and they're like, you want to kill all white people.
That spit on civil rights marchers because they were part of the Communist Party.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
So my criticism at you,
a tanky organization, William L. Patterson, Henry Winston, great heroic organizers who fought for civil rights.
My criticism of you is that you've engaged in genocide denialism.
Stalin. You equate them with Nazis. You want violence against such people.
No.
That's
Just you.
despicable.
No, my dude.
Despicable.
They're not all as bad as you. Just you. You're the one doing the genocide denialism. Nelson Mandela didn't do that.
Great American poet. He signed an ad defending the Moscow trials and defending the purges in 1938.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is that the right thing to do? Maybe not. That doesn't make him a Nazi.
I didn't say he's a Nazi. Did he engage in genocide denial? Why are you conflating all these different things?
I'm pointing out that you are painting people with a broad brush. You're painting all differentiation with the U.S. media on international foreign policy.
No, I'm saying
accusations
you
against China or Russia or
are
other
defending.
countries. You're equating all of that with the most despicable far-right human beings. And
Can
that's
you
not
stop
right.
defending
And
fascist
I will
governments
move
against
on.
claims
I'm
of
sick
genocide
talking
then?
about this. I'm not going to change your mind.
Sure, okay. I just declare, and I'm not going to repeat my accusations so we can actually move on from this point. I'm just going.
I think we're hitting that hour mark. Do we want to do our closing statements?
All right. Yeah, you can give your closing statement first. How about that?
I think you went first in the opening. Do you want to go first?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, so I don't mean to make this like a criticism of people's personalities or anything like that. There is a persistent effort on your part to paint me as some kind of radical anti-communist. Funny, because you are the one who has failed to defend any aspect of actual worker ownership or commodity form abolition over the course of this discussion. You have painted me as somebody who is in favor of war between America and China, which is patently false. You have painted me as a McCarthyite for wanting China to be more socialist. And you have painted me as somebody who just blithely accuses everyone of being a Nazi, which isn't true. You are the one who got to the genocide denial all on your own. I did not lead you there. You walked there on your own. So I didn't even expect it. I didn't think like it was that bad, but I guess it is. I guess we are at that point. So my main issue is like, yeah, I think people like you are a literal fucking toxin, not only to socialism, but to the workers of this country. I don't think you give a fuck about them, their well-being, their autonomy, their freedom, their alienation from the means of production. I think you give a fuck about some little cult personality cult you're trying to build while working in tandem with other non-communist states that just happen to dislike America. And I would like to remind that you and everyone else who is listening right now that hating America, while based, is not an ideology. And that if you want to be a real socialist, you're going to have to substantiate yourself a little bit more than that. Funny that you're the person who assigns, I suppose, the tanky label to himself, yet I am the one who seems to have a greater understanding of the actual like definition of socialism and how it should be applied. Plus you're white. All right, go for it.
I don't know what you said about my relatives, but whatever. You know, I know you're probably going to give this video a name like I destroyed some tanky, but I just want to review for your audience what they've heard from you so far. They've heard from you that authoritarianism is the definition of fascism, that China is merely authoritarian when it controls the economy on behalf of the working class. I've ripped that to shreds. We've heard from you that tankies are transphobes and homophobes, and I've shown you that tankies are some of the biggest and defenders of LGBT rights in U.S. history and basically launched the movement to free LGBT people. We've heard you bait me over my job and call me anti-American over and over and over again, but then insist that that doesn't matter because you're anti-American also, appealing to basically McCarthyist and jingoist sentiments. And over again, we've seen you talk like a Fox News employee. You accuse me of denying a genocide. I asked questions about a current event that is going on at a time that U.S. media is actively mobilizing us to hate China and has said things inconsistently. I'm not denying things because I don't have enough knowledge to deny things. I have questions about what U.S. media is saying about China. You act like this is some atrocious crime, and that sets a very, very dangerous precedent. By doing that, the next time there's Remember the Maine and we're sent to, go to war with Spain or the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, you're not allowed to question it because if you do, then you are just like a tanky. You've said that you don't equate tankies like Langston Hughes, like Nelson Mandela, like Helen Keller with Nazis, but yet you equate me with Nazis when I do the same thing that they did in their time, which is question the mainstream U.S. media's narrative and accusations against socialist countries. So people can look over the tape, they can look and see what they saw. But, you know, I really think what you're doing is quite dangerous, right? I'm not China's lawyer. I love my country. And when you equate China and you equate China with authoritarianism, I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice, because right now, many people across the United States are suffering. They are not having jobs. They are unemployed. There's opioid addiction. There's a prison industrial complex. And what they want, they don't want some hippy dippy worker co-op in the woods. They want a government of action that will take power and fight for them, that will rebuild this country, that will stand hand in hand, arm in arm with countries around the world, not preach hate, not try to whip us up into a new war, but instead build international friendship and cooperation, which will rebuild the crumbling infrastructure, which will lift up communities that have been downtrodden. They want state power. They want authoritarianism on behalf of the people. Popular power, workers' power to stop the crisis that we're in. And saying that socialism is just, you know, a employee stock ownership program or something like that is not going to appeal to them. The lie I've heard my whole life is that everywhere socialism has ever been tried, it's been nothing but a failure. It's done nothing. It's never achieved anything. That's a lie, Vosh. That is a lie. Socialism has had huge achievements and successes, and pointing them out does not make me the equivalent of the far right, and suggesting that is very, very dangerous to our movement. The worst thing about anti-tankyism, and this will be the last thing I say, is that it doesn't work. You know, when people say to you, hey, you're a socialist just like Stalin. Stalin and the Soviet Union did nothing but horror. If you go, oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I'm not like one of those. Oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I hate all the countries. You know, if you do that, you just look weak. You look pathetic, right? There will never be a socialism that the New York Times editorial page will approve of. I saw in Venezuela how the Venezuelan government bent over backwards to accommodate the opposition, to give them a voice, to let them participate, to let them have rallies, let them run in elections. U.S. media still says Venezuela is a brutal dictatorship with no dissent allowed. There will never be a socialism that U.S. media will not demonize and make extreme allegations against. That doesn't mean we should blindly believe everything these governments said. I believe in questioning. I believe in questioning and looking into facts, which you are trying to intimidate people out of doing when it comes to China and other countries.
I'm not intimidating anyone, my dude. I just have a YouTube channel. I know you probably like dream of being like the CCP chairman or whatever, but
bye-bye.
Goodbye. Hey, Mouth the Infidel, I know that was a shit show. I love you, buddy. Thanks for stepping in. The first moderator I had lined up literally wouldn't do it because Caleb Maupin is such a toxic influencer. He didn't want to platform him. It was really funny.
Oh, geez. Yeah, well, I don't think I have the power to platform people very effectively, I guess, because I don't have much of a flat platform. But sorry, I feel like I didn't.
Oh, you cut out? Hello?
That, but it was kind of. Oh, sorry. I was just saying, I feel like I didn't do a very good job moderating that, but it was kind of hard to stop you guys when you were going.
It's literally impossible to stop Caleb Malden from talking once Malden starts talking. Also, I know you're not supposed to be biased, so you don't have to agree with me or anything, but like the idea that like I'm making socialism look bad by denouncing Stalin, but him going like, well, I don't know if there's a genocide. People do lie. What the American people want is authoritarianism for the worker. Like, yeah, like that's not making socialism look bad. Okay, my dude. Anyway, yeah, that went probably about as good as I expected it to. I really do appreciate you. Moderating.
No problem, buddy. Thanks for inviting me to host this exchange of high-level ideas.
Yeah, of course. Everyone, Mouthy Infidel on Twitter and on YouTube, a phenomenal debater, has actually debated Eric Stryker, did a great job of it as well. I know that he has other debates that I haven't seen. I only have so much time, but seriously, a cool dude. Do not check out Caleb Maupin's channel. There is no need to. There's nothing for you there.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good day.
You too. All right, well, I think I handled that about as... I don't think it was possible for me to handle that better than I already handled that. I think that was about as good as it gets. Imagine being Caleb Maupin and trying to come on as a good representative of tankies. You need to title the video the thing Maupin suggested, yeah. That guy was worse than AJW, holy shit. Yeah, but it feels better because I know that I actually get under Maupin's skin. Because I'm an actual socialist. I love it. Ah, God, I love being called a radlib by people who are like, well, socialism is actually when the government runs stuff. Dude, that's literally like, that's like an 8th grader's understanding of, so, oh yeah, capitalism is when the people own it, and socialism is when the government owns it. And I'm like, no, actually it has to do with collective ownership and the abolition of the, and Caleb Maupin's like, yeah, the government just needs to own it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's socialism. Jesus. Oh God, and he went right into the fucking genocide denial too. Holy shit. He actually, guys, do you all understand the Red-Brown Alliance now when I talk about it? Do you understand? That guy's rhetoric was literally identical to that of a neo-Nazis. Like on every level. The power of the state elevates the individual. Everyone has freedom within like the glory of the state. Oh, there's a genocide happening? I don't know. You're calling me a Nazi, which means you hate all like socialist people or whatever. Yeah. Jason Unruh said he would debate you because someone asked him to debate you. I gotta paste these out. We didn't even get to talk about theory or anything like that. Most Nazis were former tankies. Yeah, Count Dankula still has a hammer and sickle tattooed somewhere on him. Maupin called fucking Leslie Feinberg a tanky. Yeah, well, he called everyone. To him, everyone who's a socialist is a tanky to me, you know? So, yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, God. Yeah, a strong authoritarian government to cut through bureaucracy. He's literally defending fascism. He's literally this is just fascism with red flags. Oh God. I know it's cowardice and blithe. I talk fast, okay? It's hard to keep up. Should we critically support China or not? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think we should critically support China to the extent that it can counterbalance the geopolitics of America. But I think that if China was to replace America on the global stage, they would be worse than us. So we have to keep a careful balance. We have a fascist government on one hand and a proto-fascist government on the other hand. Okay, we have to delicately balance these two. You have to send money. Okay, every once in a while, you guys need to PayPal Donald Trump, and then you need to PayPal fucking Xi. Okay, and we need to keep the two. We need to keep the two level. Okay, you need to make sure the PayPals are distributed. Red alert: Sean beat the Pantheon, not a drill. Fuck. Fuck! I'm a Bernie or Buster now. God damn it. I made a bet. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I have other, fuck. Stop donating. Fuck. I have other stuff to do. God damn it. I need to respond to these donations later. I'll have to respond to them at the beginning of the next stream. I have stuff I need to do. I didn't expect all this to last so long. I'm really sorry about the unread donations, guys. They're not going anywhere. They're going to stay right here in my fucking thing. And I'll do them tomorrow, like before stream. Like I'll start stream and then I'll do them. I'm sorry. I love you. Stop the money, okay? I'm a bad boy. What happened? Oh, I just have something I need to get done really quick. I have like doctor related stuff. Screenshot the YouTube ones. They'll still be here. It'll still be kept. They'll still be here. All right. Okay. Doctor? Yeah. I got to get these things lopped off eventually, right? Takes a little bit of doing. Takes a little bit of doing, you know? All right. I love you guys. Thank you for sitting through. Today was all about the suffering, okay? All about the suffering. All right. I love you. It's going to be a while before these get lopped off, by the way. I wasn't trying to get you all excited. It's going to take a little bit. You need preliminary... Okay. Is it painful? All the time.